morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Over the next 2 days, we'll find out who'll be joining Johnny Haynes at Saturday's finals night after he became the first player through to Saturday night's action, topping the Group A table. Before we look ahead to Groups B and C, let's remind ourselves of how play unfolded yesterday.
It was a much improved Wednesday for Tony O'Shea. Despite finishing bottom of the table, there was plenty of positive performances to take into Thursday's action. McGeeney's day 11 of consecutive darts today. He finished 5th in Group A on 12 points. Adam Lipscombe played some brilliant darts, but just finished outside the top 3 spots. He could be one of the preeminent favourites to win this Group C. Terry Jenkins came oh so close to qualification. He needed to win this game against Johnny Haynes to do exactly that, but he just missed out on qualification. The Duff man, Neil Duff, he finished 2nd in the group. He topped proceedings after day 1. He'll be looking to get himself through at the second time of asking tonight. But it's Johnny Haynes, the man who's going to have a couple of days off, 20 points to his name and an incredible 109 average en route to progressing through to Saturday night's final.
Yeah, superb stuff from Johnny Haynes. I'm delighted to be joined now by Glenn Durrant to dissect what we've already seen. We're going to show the league table and how things ended up. As Henry just mentioned, Johnny Haynes top in the group. Interestingly, though, he said after qualifying for Saturday night's action that he looked at that group and thought, I might just about sneak into Group B, but I'm expecting to be in Group C. Well, he's done much better than that, hasn't he? Superb from him.
Yeah, on Monday morning I called him the potential spoiler, and boy did he let me know after the competition yesterday. He's really upset about me talking about his tracksuit bottoms. He told me they're not tracksuit bottoms he wears, but a deserved winner. I wouldn't say surprised when Johnny Haynes has been a superb player in in the sort of the Swindon area for many years, and he was well chuffed. And
you look at the players who will be returning in Groups B and C, and all of them will do so with confidence, because the likes of Mark McGeeney, Monday, Tuesday, he really struggled. We spoke about the disappointments he had at Q School on Sunday, waiting around to see whether he'd got himself a PDC tour card. Of course, he didn't. Had to rush down to Portsmouth, ready to play on Monday morning, and you could see there was a bit of a hangover from that. But yesterday, he really started to click again and said, didn't he, that he felt more like the Mark McGeeney we expect to see.
Yeah, I really, honestly, enjoyed the whole group, and I think every single one of them, even Tony O'Shea finished on a high yesterday. McGeeney, he looks up for this. He's the favourite with the bookies to win the competition today, and Adam was positives outweighed the negatives. Big day ahead.
What do you think we learned about Adam Lipscombe so far this week?
I think you're always learning when you're 30-year-old, and he walked in that room and he saw the Terry Jenkins, the Tony O'Shea's, the Mark McGeeney. He said, I've watched these on TV for many years. By day 2, I think he was thinking, I can beat these guys I've seen on TV. And yesterday he was quite upset at some of his finishing, a little bit of composure. He has been listening to the constructive criticism from the commentators this week, and he could be very, very dangerous this week.
You say you're always learning at 30. I'm 31, and I wish I'd start learning, to be honest. But we're going to have a little look at Groups B and C and see who's involved in the action this morning. As you can see, it's Darryl Fitton who's joining the group. But we had an interesting word, didn't we, with Vince Tipple a little earlier on about how he's using this to prepare for seniors events. Really interesting chat with him.
I think the whole week's been about people preparing for the seniors, and people are going to be in good shape. I was out with Terry Jenkins last night, and he's loving the experience. He was absolutely gutted not to qualify as the group leader yesterday. And people say MODUS Super Series doesn't mean an awful lot to players. Yes, it does, and this week's been all about people preparing for the seniors. I'm interested to see now how Darryl Fitton's, what shape he's in going into that.
Yeah, I actually believe that ahead of that match with Johnny Haynes, Terry Jenkins said, well, if I go through, you can have my hotel room for the rest of the week. That's how confident the Bull was that he was going to come through yesterday. But it was a fantastic conclusion to Group A's action. We're just about to get Group C underway. But before we do, let's have a word with Darryl Fitton.
Daryl Fitton, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, what's it like to be here?
Exciting. I played in the last event in Southampton, but this very impressive. Yeah.
Of course, this is a bit of preparation for yourself ahead of the World Series. Where's the game at the minute?
I've not been practicing that much. Sort of wanted to get back into it, so I accepted the invitation here, and now it's sort of like I've got the buzz back a little bit. And then there's this week, and then next weekend at the seniors in Reading as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
What's this competition doing to the likes of yourself, Tony, the other players who perhaps don't want to go travelling around the circuit, but have the opportunity to still play competitively at a high level?
Oh, it's a great opportunity. You know, we've been travelling around for years and years, and then COVID struck, and then sort of them 2 years was blank, nothing going on. So I know me and Tony personally, we sort of dropped off the edge of the planet a little bit. But now to get back into this, the Super Series and the MODUS Super Series is fantastic. It's great for us.
And just finally, any expectations this week, or are you just going to take it one game at a time?
Yeah, take it one game at a time, but I'm quite hungry actually. I'm quite ready to get going and fight for it. I'll never give up. I'll always give them 100%. So if they don't go, they don't go. If they do, look out, because I can still play darts.
We look forward to watching you play. Daryl, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Darryl Fitton there saying he's very hungry. It's a good job there's a Greggs just across the road, isn't it? But a lot of players using this week to prepare for the seniors. Not Adam Lipscomb, 30 years of age, looking to improve and improve as he has done all week so far. A very interesting contest ahead. Let's hand back over to Glenn and Henry to guide you through this one.
Abby, a very good morning to you. Very good morning to everyone. Welcome to Thursday here in the MODUS Super Series, which means the beginning of Group C and Group B. And we have an absolute legend of the game kicking things off. We've got the dazzler, Daryl Fitton, the former World Trophy champion, multiple World Championship semi-finalist. The 60-year-old from Stockport back at the Super Series. He takes on Adam Lipscomb, who's back for his 4th consecutive day here at the Super Series. He finished 4th in Group A, so the best placed player from the Monday to Wednesday groups to drop down into Group C.
Okay,
let's see what is going to happen here.
First.
Our referee is
Game
Owen
on.
Binks, and Glenn Durrant is with me. It's a double dose of double D today.
Absolutely, looking forward to this. I think it's been a wonderful week so far. Johnny Haynes being the deserved winner of Group A. A very frustrated
58.
Terry Jenkins out last night because he was desperate to go through. I've just seen Neil Duff this morning going on a power walk. He's already preparing for tonight.
93.
It's been really interesting to see how Daryl Fitton. I really enjoyed that interview there, Henry. How he alludes to if the darts are going well. He's loving his new Mission darts. He said they feel great in his hands. I did work with him an awful lot last year, sort of in Germany, and I am again this year. And he's absolutely spot on. If he can just... He's not 100% sure where his game will be. You never are when you do the
60.
exhibition circuit. But he can still throw mean darts. So, and for Adam, I had a chat with him after the competition last night, and he was focusing on the negatives. And I told him how much the positives outweighed those negatives, and he has to concentrate on that.
99.
He felt like it was the chat with him felt like a glass half empty. And he needs to look at the positives because he's had a good week.
100.
And he can look at this group and think, I can definitely finish in the top 2 here.
Interesting hearing from Fitton in that interview earlier on. People like himself and O'Shea, because of COVID and the way that the game outside the PDC is restructured, they were trying to see where they fitted in, but the introduction of this and the Seniors Tour has meant that players like them, they don't really want to travel around the circuit
74.
or pick up points everywhere they go. They've got the opportunity to play in something competitive whilst still playing for decent prize money and having the opportunity to still win really good titles. Fitton here, 116 for the first leg. Needs the treble 19, which gives himself a dart at top. So 116, 15 dart opener, but he strays the other side into the double 5.
Interesting to see his frustration there on the double 5. I mean, all these guys are here to win. I mean, just looking, when you sat here as a commentator, you do your
79.
preparation work.
Now you require
You
30.
see the list of people, like what Terry Jenkins actually did in the game. And this morning, I've just been looking at the CV of Daryl Fitton.
Game shot on the first leg.
It really
Daryl
is the who's
Fitton.
who. When you join the BDO, you do look over to people like Fitton, Gary Robson, Tony O'Shea, the real stalwart of that system. And then when you stand behind, it's a big unit is Daryl when you stood behind him. I remember my first
64.
Lakeside win, and I played him maybe the quarter-final, and I absolutely shanked a double 5 in when he was fighting back against me. And I always said, had that not have gone in, I think I'd have gone and lost that game because I was really wobbling.
83.
He's had problems with his hips over the years, Daryl. Without knowing too much, I'm sure he's had a hip replacement. I'm sure I heard him
100.
crack a joke that he's 2 inches shorter on the right-hand side. So suggest he gets a hip replacement on the left and makes that a bit more symmetrical. But absolutely delighted he's here. I mean, just the banter, the camaraderie this week. Henry has been
94.
absolutely brilliant next on. It's just been added. It's just been increased with the likes of Darryl Fitton here. It's, yeah, very, very good. It was nice to see
61.
afterwards. You know, they all went next door for a bite to eat together. It was good.
There's an almighty game of pool happening as well, wasn't there?
Apologies for winning, but honestly, I just, when you think of Henry and the word pool, I mean, I've seen some bad players in my time. There was a shot where he had 2 shots, Henry, and he hit the red.
59.
The white went in such force for it in off that 4 of us fell to the floor. Taylor, his partner, just sank. It was just like, I thought I did short straw with Abby.
58.
I thought Taylor was going to kill me.
And Abby, a big part of our team. She's been absolutely fantastic on the stream this week.
39.
Doing a great job.
$58.
We went out for a beautiful meal last night. All the team, and even Teddy Jenkins joined us. He was great fun last night. Just
138.
pinching yourself when you sat with people like that. It's just, he's just so funny.
127 in game.
Go on, you start, Marco.
87. Adam, you require 40.
Big dart.
Game shot
Big
the
moment.
second leg.
Adam
Lipscombe.
Lipscombe quietly and just effectively getting on with his game. You know, the players here this week are household names. The O'Sheas, the Fittons, the Jenkins,
So look, it's Darryl to
Mark
throw
McGeeney's.
first.
He
Game
just
on.
quietly got on with it. And he could be very, very dangerous. Something that, to be fair, Henry said he could be really dangerous. And what would be good for Saturday night? To have a Daryl Fitton, to have a Tony O'Shea. But Adam Lipscombe actually
57.
lives in Portsmouth, so it would be great if he could bring his Barmy army down. So please come and join us here on Saturday night. You can make all the difference for an atmosphere.
59.
And the guys really deserve after a tough week. $5,000 they're playing for on Saturday night, and tickets are free. dartshop.tv. It'd be absolutely wonderful to pop out and meet you all. Please just go on the website, and get your free
26.
tickets, and come and join us Saturday night.
And if you win the raffle, you can have a game of pool against me.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the moment of the week.
100.
It was either that or ordering Abby a lamb shank last night before realising she was vegan.
That prawn on
77.
toast was quite nice as well.
It's a lovely restaurant. Hot and sour soup, and I think everybody ordered one after that, didn't they? So it's not often I picked the right one.
96.
Everything's
40.
sort of at Daryl's pace. He will always dictate the pace. So when you stood behind him, it does give you time to think, and that might be good for Adam. If I had one
100.
criticism, I said to him yesterday, he said it was his finishing. Well, that's over to him to try and work out, you know, leaving 168, 165, you know, that's just down to practice and learning your finishes. I said, well, for me, it was just your composure. And when you stood behind someone like Daryl Fitton, you do get that
60.
time to think,
Adam, you reckon 146.
assess. You know, he started talking about put the TVs in the corner, Glenn, and was like, just adjust to that.
86.
And that's a nice setup there for Adam. And fitting him a long way back on 241.
Lipscomb just beginning to take authority in this game.
121. Adam, you requires
He's
60.
himself on the Shanghai if he returns. Lipscomb 60 for a 2-1 lead and a breaker throw,
Game
which will
shot
give him the
third
front
leg.
in this match.
Adam
And so
Lipscomb.
Lipscomb leads Fitton by 2 legs to 1. I'll tell you one other thing I really do like about Adam is after every single session he
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
comes
Game
and has a
on.
chat with us, and he always likes to he speaks to you or whoever the other pundits are or anyone in the back room, and he
125.
likes to ask things. He likes to get some constructive criticism. He's a player that's still willing to learn.
Yeah, he's only 30. You know, I didn't win my first tournament until I was 42.
134.
You know, so I said to him yesterday, you're 12 years ahead of me. In fact, at 30-year-old, that's when I started playing darts again. So, you know, right now we
60.
should just be enjoying it. But when you're living in the moment, it's hard to deal with them disappointments. And that's why I always use that term. You never lose, you learn. You know, go back, have a think. And I said, the only couple of things for me is a little bit of composure. And I said, try, practice that, and introduce that into your practice regime and see if it
100.
works. I call it the Rob Cross, where you just sort of stand back on that last dart. And if it doesn't work for you, at least you know you've given it a go. But it just felt some darts at times were a little rushed.
140.
Because as you see, he's got the scoring prowess. 8 maximums this week. You know, some good averages, and you know he's learning. And for Daryl, he started off really quickly. But this is the type of who's such a massive scorer.
140.
I remember at a British Open in 2003 or 2004, I was little more than a pub player then, Henry, and I stood behind Darryl Fitton, and no joke, he hit 6 180s on the spin.
Now you record 127.
Didn't go for the 141 or anything. He hit 6. It's the best I'd ever seen anyone do something like that. He was a phenomenal scorer.
55.
Who has
Adam, you require
had
40.
9 darters on the telly. You'll find out more about that a bit later
Game shot
on.
the fourth leg. Adam
And Adam
Lipscomb.
Lipscomb, pretty much same place, same outcome with that top to open up a 3-1 lead over the Dazzler, averaging
So I think it's Darryl to throw
86.77,
first. Game on.
and he's a leg away from a victory against the Dazzler on his debut in this particular venue, although we have seen him before in the previous incarnation in Southampton.
85.
Yeah, Adam Lipscomb, a former strongman. I tell you what, a competition between him and Fitton wouldn't be too bad.
45.
I'd like to see an arm wrestle between them two.
Yeah, I'm not going to play the winner.
Not a pool anywhere.
100.
Taylor just looked so dejected, didn't he?
59.
The problem is Taylor knew he drew the short straw as well.
The perfect dart for Fitton. He'll expect to follow that.
95.
See the disappointment there, because that perfect dart, that first perfect dart, was just sitting so and begging for more. For Adam, is against the darts here, so it's not the end of the world. Fitton's a big favourite here to make it 3-2. And Adam right now was probably already thinking of the next leg.
140.
Nice to see there from Daryl. Only a maximum really, and even that doesn't leave the finish there for Adam.
100. Daryl, you require 81.
So minimum 6 darts. For treble 19. A double 12 for a 14 darter. Oh dear.
69.
And he didn't ruin that last dart, because sometimes frustration can get in the way and suddenly you bust it, but he's left the favoured double 6. Centre of the board.
47. Daryl, you require 12.
For Adam.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Daryl Fitton.
Now Adam just got to forget that leg. It's his darts. He's doing everything right. Just giving himself a few seconds there.
Sifler gets Adam to throw first. Game
Now
on.
it's all about just one treble, Henry. It's all you're thinking of. And don't stray into the 5, don't stray into the 1.
44.
And that's the disappointing side of the darts there. You know exactly what you want to do, what strategy you need. But all of a sudden your arm will tighten when it goes to 3-2, when someone's breathing down your neck. But this is what he's got to...
59.
You know, he's been self-reflecting a lot. He's been looking back at his games. I really like the fact he went, come on there. He knows the situation.
60.
But when you need them trebles, that happens. There were 3 well-thrown darts. And then you get Owen only shouting 60. It's a bit of disappointment for Daryl. This is a big chance. And just plonk it on top of that.
140.
As shown in diagram B.
And suddenly this becomes a big visit for Lipscomb.
140.
And he comes up with the goods of a 2 treble visit. And so it applies pressure on Fitton, who goes 18th first. That's the right play on 302. 140 needs you on a bogey.
83.
Had some good players' messages this week, with the highlight being Michael Smith, who'll be in Copenhagen now. We've got James Richardson
58.
watching. Massive fan of James. And Josh has been here as well, so good morning. He's probably working on another fireplace. What a talent. Can't wait to see him back at the Super Series. Hope you're well, my friend.
59.
We'll answer your questions as well throughout the day. Me and Glenn will put a tweet out in between games. Tag your answers into @MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
60.
Adam had a big chance there at 199. And for Daryl now, 1 treble minimum. Give yourself the opportunity, and that'll be frustrating him.
38.
And that even more.
Adam, you require 140.
Chance for Lipscomb. That's the dart. That second dart could be the dart that won this match.
122.
Now we'll go back, exhale, breathe, concentrate, focus, and just hope this treble 18 doesn't go here. So now for Adam now.
82.
Just breathe.
Adam, you require 40.
Feel good. Stare out the target.
Game
And a very
shot
polished
of the
performance from
match.
Adam Lipscomb.
Adam Lipscomb.
A man that sometimes goes a little bit under the radar with all these big names, these legends here. But Darryl Fitton, he'll be thinking, my scoring prowess was there. My set-up play, not so good. Not an awful lot of difference in the averages there. Excellent on the outer ring, both players. All to play for, but it's Lipscomb that comes out the traps quickly. And Mark McGeeney's up next. He finished really well yesterday, up against Vince Tipple. Looking forward to this one.
So then, Vince Tipple taking on Mark McGeeney in our second Group C match. Vince, an antiques dealer from Kent, looking to use this week to get match sharp ahead of the seniors qualifiers in Reading. Let's hear from him then before this one gets underway.
Vince, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Looking forward to it?
Very much so, yeah. Heard a lot about it. Can't wait to get on with it now.
For those who may not seen a lot of you play, just explain a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
Well, the short story is I've been playing since I was 17, but I joined the Army, so I did 22 years in the Army, didn't really play an awful lot. By the time I left the Army, 2006, I then picked the game up again, played a lot in the Hampshire Leagues, and Super Leagues, and Kent Super League, Kent County for a few games, and then really just played on all of the major sort of England Opens, the Chelsea camps, that's where I like to play. Lots of darts over a short period of time, good long weekends of darts really. So, and when the seniors tour came along, it just set really perfectly for me. I thought, in order for me to play my best, I need to be playing against quality players all the time. So that's why I joined it last year, and I've loved it ever since. It's been good.
What has that done for your game? Has it helped you with things, obviously, getting invites here and other tournaments?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a great, stepping stone really for other tournaments. First of all, the quality is so good. So I always try and encourage other people that's in their 50s, if you're not going to go down the PDC route, you're still going to play quality players, quality darts. So Seniors Tour, exactly. If it opens doors, great. But they're doing such a lot behind the scenes, with the Seniors Tour. Still in its infancy, but you can just see it growing. It's really good.
We wish you all the best this week, Vince. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
And so, game 2 of the Group C is the favourite to win it. Mark McGeeney in action as he takes on the debutant Vince Tipple, winner of the World Seniors Open event earlier on this year, playing with a John Lowe dart. He takes on Mark McGeeney, the gladiator, former BDO World Championship runner-up. Again, we don't know who beat him in that final. But anyway, the 50-year-old from Stockport has been installed by the bookies as the favourite to go on and claim Group A. Oh, sorry, should I say Group C? I've got Group A on the mind, haven't I? 11-5 he is with the bookmakers to go on and win the group. Vince Tipple alongside Mark Lawrence is the outsider at 12-1. Let's see what's going to happen here. What do you expect to happen here, Glenn?
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18
Okay,
plus begambleaware.org. Very interesting two players in my career. And as Michael Smith went, Glenn, it's not about me. But obviously Mark McGeeney was talked about the 2018 Lakeside final. But a Q School, a very interesting story here. I was the guy where everyone seemed to be interested in this Lakeside champion. And first day I did okay. Second day, first round, I played Vince Tipple. I thought, well, I'll have a bit of that. I don't know a great deal about him. And yeah, I lost the game. I lost the game to Vince, and I was going home. I was honestly going home. BDO for life. I'm staying. That's where my game's at. And I got a message yesterday from Diogo Portela. Diogo Portela sat me down and said, Glenn, you are the best player here. Don't be going home. Don't be running away. The next day, I get to the final against Reece Robinson, and the rest is history. So when I was chatting with Vince Tipple earlier, we both giggled straight away, and he said he remembers that game. And I don't think I was too complimentary. I don't think I was very good in defeat or something like that, and there was something there. But yeah, Vince Tipple
43.
kicked my bottom at Q School.
The nickname of Invincible. Now, if you're going to play word-wise with your name, that's the way to do it. Don't just stick a
60.
Y on the end.
Why?
We're heading there, are we?
I don't know if
22.
there's a problem with the screen here, but I can only see Vince's head. Oh, it's camouflage shirt. Sorry.
We'll get his shirt, Johnny Haynes' trousers, and then we'll be, you know, like when weather presenters stood in front of a green screen, but they're actually
58.
wearing green and you can't see. It's like that scene from The Anchorman.
Johnny Haynes didn't have to give me both barrels yesterday. Not impressed with being called a spoiler. Not impressed with the tracksuit bottoms that he's never ever wore.
55.
And what did I do? I smashed him at pool. have it. Mark McGeeney on Monday and a lot of Tuesday, I quoted as thrown with fear.
83.
I didn't really like his follow through. It looked like he was playing with the disappointment of Q School totally in his mind. And then all of a sudden he hit the afterburners for a session yesterday, didn't he? Just maybe an hour, 90 minutes.
83.
And that was the catalyst, he said, to forget about Group A and come here in Group C and really cement his place as being one of the top quality players this week. He said he's sort of seeing the finishing line in a sense of
92.
it's been a long couple of weeks for him. And Monday and Tuesday, he said he still felt a long way that he was still going to be playing darts. I told him these opportunities at MODUS Super Series don't come that often. You have got to knuckle down,
43.
get some rest, and come back and show everyone why you are the gladiator. Because 2017 to 19, I am telling you, he was one of the best players, toughest players I've ever played.
Game shown the
And
first
then type
leg.
of combination
Mark
finishes,
McGeeney.
Henry, is what he was all based around. Very, very, very tough match player.
Second leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
Mark was telling me this morning we bumped into each other at the front door, and he said it's day 11 for him
55.
playing competitive darts in a row. Now, doesn't always mean that you're going to hit a wall, because Jim McEwen played around about the same amount of darts in consecutive
100.
days in week 1 of this series, and he went on to win the whole thing and qualify for Champions Week.
81.
It's a
60.
very slow start from Tipple. He needs a triple. And it does take time. It does take time to get used to that stage.
24.
McGeeney should be jumping all over this really, because right now Tipple's in a bit of a pickle. But this is better. This should help him relax.
100.
Stop looking at my website. Words that rhyme with Tipple.
78.
And I'm going to go out there and give him a tickle. Stop it, Glenn. Stop it. Stop it.
66.
Website deleted. Back to being professional.
Take that off your search engine history, Glenn.
93.
It's 10:05 in the morning and I'm gone.
Yeah. That's a good setup play. This is much better. First leg he looked.
96. Mark,
It was just a little bit too much for him. The big fish for McGeeney. Oh. We've had a 160 this week.
84.
There's nothing better to see as a commentator as the big fish, as it's now called. A double 11 for Tipple.
Game shown the second leg.
Feeling
Vince
so much
Tipple.
better about himself. McGeeney probably thinks, I've had opportunities. I'm up against someone who's just getting used to the
They'll get
stage.
Vince to throw
Looks a little
first.
nervous.
Game on.
And really, McGeeney, after 3 days, should have been 2-0 up at that stage, I feel. And that could just be the moment for Vince.
Just something to kind of settle him down more than anything. He's now got that leg on the stage. And sometimes that's the
55.
hardest one to win, because the nerves, of course, quite naturally will be coursing through the body. A new experience as well in front of the cameras and the lights.
I'm surprised that McGeeney stayed up there after that first start, because
100.
that's the worst start for him. The second dart was perfect, whereas Vince has been dropping really low, and you can see him just holding his shoulders as he went back there. So There's clearly a lot of tension,
60.
a lot of anxiety, because the game can be really easy, Henry, if inside you feel relaxed. It's about managing that adrenaline that's going through your body. It's about managing that tension and anxiety and nerves. And for me, you know, breathing is,
100.
you know, breathing and belief are the two things that, you know, I would hold on to then. What McGeeney's doing there, sometimes you look at your shoes, you look at something on the floor, you look at a light. You just need that little bit of reset.
140.
And then when you look up, you don't want to be hitting 140s, because this would be a devastating loss for McGeeney for me. I think this was a guaranteed 2 points for him, he would feel. That I'm sure the bookies felt the same as well.
45.
And a loss here could mean a very, very difficult couple of days for McGeeney.
We had a look at the group betting from the odds compilers before play got underway. What did you make of it? Because you just got the sense that the bookies just didn't
78.
quite know where to go.
I got the feeling they were shrugging their shoulders a little bit like we were. My value bet was Mark Lawrence. I mean, he's a Yorkshire player, and I thought a 12 to 1,
140.
that just gives some value. Really interesting to see how Tony O'Shea does now. We finished off with a win yesterday. I would love to see him. I would love to see Tony here on Saturday night, but that's just very selfish reasons, I guess. But yeah, Lawrence was the value bet for me. But, you know, McGeeney clearly is the class act, but he's not at the races so far this morning. A treble 19 would leave tops. Now it's just about setting it up. And there's that grimace.
39.
He's finding everything just a little bit too tough right now. 110 is very doable. It certainly is now. And tops for a 2-1 lead.
70.
Bends the wire.
Mark, you require 77.
Here's the treble. Now double 10. Up for fives with Tipple back on tops.
Game shown the third.
Finds it last start in hand to break the throw to open up a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
I think we've got very lucky this week with the style of play of the players this week. We just sat here and really commentated and enjoyed. I get the feeling the pace is just a little bit more
60.
sedate with this group. A lot of tough match play going ahead. Players fighting with themselves, and because when you're a little bit slow, you can have the tendency to think a little bit more rather than them rhythm players. But I'm just beginning to see positives in the game for Tipple right now. I think he'll be feeling better. That's the perfect dart for McGeeney, that. He just likes to sit there on top. And now it's just about weight management.
100.
The last dart was absolutely perfect for him there.
121.
I can see the difference in him from leg one. Leg one, he was just, I feared for him. But at the same time, and sometimes when your partner's playing well, all of a sudden your game can improve. Now, we'll go down just purely. You'll see an angle from the production team during today as well, where you can see them, and they won't have been sitting great in his eye, whereas that's a perfect dart there for Tipple. The perfect triple for Tipple.
100.
If we carry on with this, they'll think we're fickle.
Henry's got the same website up as me now.
34.
Much better from McGeeney. Now averaging over 80. He was just beginning to pepper 90s and 100s for a little stage yesterday.
100. Mark, you require 84.
I'm sure everyone watching, he's done 100, 115, 20 averages at his best. But he won't like that dart. But what a dart, what a follow to give him a dart at tops for a 3-1 lead. That is what it's all about. 77 finish, 72 finish. And a fantastic execution there of 84 after what was a disappointing first start.
Vince to throw first. Game on.
A typical case of it's not how you start, but how you finish for Mark McGeeney. Leading 3-1. And on the cusp, winning the opening game of his group.
64.
Talking to Vince earlier, had a lovely chat with him. His last sort of competitive game was the Viking Cup in honour of Andy Fordham. Desperate to win.
100.
From the southeast, like Vince. He lost to Stuart White in the last 32. He said, you know, Glenn, he said, I was really just beginning to, just like I'm seeing signs from him now, the difference between that leg one and how he's probably feeling right now. And that's usually how a competition starts. In the last 2, 5, 6, 1, 2, 8, you can feel the nerves once you get into the competition. And I think he just felt like he'd go on and have a run. But he didn't play so well there. Very prolific on the challenge tour.
41.
There's Vince. Not with a great deal of success. Last 64's been his best. But yeah, really looking forward to this week. 45. And for him now, it's all about the seniors. 59-year-old, looking well.
He's going to be in Reading next weekend. It's the final qualifiers for the World Seniors Darts Championship, which takes place between the 9th and the 12th of February at the world-famous Circus Tavern. Tickets are still available. You can head over to dartshop.tv to purchase them. And whilst you're there, why don't you come and join us on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth for the finals 72. Of the MODUS Super Series. They are complimentary, free of charge, and you can join us to see some of the best players outside the PDC top 128 go toe-to-toe, slinging some almighty arrows.
48.
Some top tungsten tossing down here in Portsmouth. Good morning, Chris Murphy.
That's easy for you to say.
100.
We're dropping a tweet out after this game. Please come and join us. Interaction's really important. We've loved your questions this week and we've answered every single one of them. How were the players feeling? Any thoughts on Copenhagen this weekend?
26.
Champions Week is very, very soon here at the MODUS Super Series. Thoughts, please. Winners. Predictions. Tell me about your game. Tell me what you're thinking about the players. Just anything darts in general.
Vince, you require 113.
Correct. Wonderful start. Just double checking with the ref, and he won't like that dart.
73.
After 18 darts, McGeeney's only on 185. A couple of slugfests already today. Pace of the game has dramatically changed from Group A, where we had much more rapid plays. It's tops for Tipple.
Double 10.
20. Mark, you require 100.
Not to be, so it gives McGeeney now the opportunity to claim the match if he can take out this ton. 2 darts at top. He's been quite prolific on the outer ring. 3 out of 4 so far. Double 10.
80.
Not to be, and so Tipple returns.
20. No
Nervy
score.
darts, and so McGeeney comes
Mark,
back for the double 10
20.
to get over the line. The group favourite wins his opening match. It wasn't convincing, but he got over the line. Mark McGeeney, a 4-1 victor over Vince Tipple on his debut here at the MODUS Super Series. Wasn't exactly a classic encounter, but he got over the line. That was the important thing. And so McGeeney, who enters his 11th straight day of action, claims victory in his opener. After the break, we are going to see Tony O'Shea, the crowd favourite, in action. He takes on the man who Glenn Dunn thinks might be the tip of the week. It's Mark Lawrence.
Yeah, doubles weren't the tipple for Vincent in our last match as McGeeney got the better of the man from Kent. Mark Lawrence against Tony O'Shea up next for you this morning. Silverback can take encouragement from certain aspects of his game yesterday. Lawrence, of course, made a bit of a name for himself at the UK Open back in 2009 with a run to the quarter-finals. Let's hear how he's feeling ahead of his Group C campaign. He's been chatting to Henry.
Mark, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, how excited are you to be here?
Very excited. Thanks for the invite. It's, I travel about with a couple, Darren Johnson and obviously Martin Turner, and they said you need to get on this. So an invite come, and in all fairness, I had an invite earlier and I didn't pick my email up, but so glad I opened my email and I'm glad to be here.
For those who maybe not seen you before, just explain a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
I've been on Pro Tour. I met World Championships. I've been to quarter-final at UK Open a few years ago, but I still throw the darts. Ex-county player. There's a story behind that as well, but I'll tell you that after. But I'm still doing local comps. Went to York last weekend. Adam Warner, you know Adam Warner, he beat me in second round, 4-2, so quite well. It was close, but he's a quality player, isn't he?
And just finally, you looking forward to these next couple of days, and what's your expectations going into this?
I just want to enjoy it. We've got World Senior qualifier for Worlds next week, so obviously it's a good practice session for that. But who knows? Who knows?
We wish you all the best, Mark. Good luck.
Right, thank you.
Is it me, or does Mark Lawrence look like a young Paul Hinks? But yeah, I must admit that all these Southerners around me, it was great to hear a good Yorkshire accent there. Mark Lawrence. I played for Peter Senior's Yorkshire team in Super League. And I turned up very late to Frickley Cricket Club. And I somehow was put on first for some bizarre reason. Absolutely no drink at all, no preparation. And I played Mark Lawrence.
Mark to throw first.
Hence the reason why you're 12-1 today. I thought was decent value, but to hear him there, I don't know if his best days are behind him type thing, and he's only playing local league stuff now. But a former quarter-finalist of the UK Open, and who beat him that day? No, don't be looking for the answer. Who beat him?
26.
And I'll give you a clue. It was 10-0. Quarter-final of the UK Open, and he lost 10-0.
100.
This is why I do the research, Glenn.
Wow, yeah, suddenly you can get off that rhymes with Tipple now. You can get off that side.
60.
Again, from a purely selfish point of view, you know, Tony O'Shea playing well today would be great for the competition, and Saturday night will be for the best if we can have Tony O'Shea there. But what I've learned as a commentator is no bias, Glenn.
140.
Yeah, I loved his interview. Mr. Charisma, I called him backstage here.
81.
I like my meat, and I like my 2 veg. It was like my Christmas video, wasn't it? Good old Yorkshire accent. I feel back at home now.
How terrible were
39.
Charlie and Owen in that video? The outtakes took about, well, it took about 15 minutes to record 5 questions.
Boring, does it?
60.
I like my garden shed.
And for once, it wasn't Owen's fault.
Surprised how slow the Traps Tony's come out here, but that's the dart. Beautiful. Timing from Durran once again. Spot on. And how many times have we seen this finish this week, Henry? He'll just sit on top of that, and you know it feels good when they're going.
Game shot in the first
He'll be feeling so much
Mark
better
Lawrence.
about himself. Will Nitro, the former practice partner of Dennis Priestley. Hours and hours and hours.
Second against Tony to throw first.
Practice with Dennis.
Game on.
And once again, like I said, it's a great CV.
83.
Sent a few messages to a few friends. Can you
85.
give me any information on Mark that might be funny? Contacted Daz Johnson. Doing really well in the World Seniors. I asked Henry, can he pick me out someone who's a non-seed at the Seniors?
49.
Where I might have some sort of chance. And when we started reading out the non-seeds so far and the potential qualifiers from the qualifiers from the table, could be an early bath for the dozer.
43.
We saw from O'Shea that his best games tend to
59.
statistically come in the middle of the day. That's kind of been the trend over days 1, 2 and 3. And yesterday really was a much improved performance from
60.
O'Shea. We kind of expected that for players like O'Shea who are still keeping their eye, but don't play as much as they usually do. And Daryl spoke very well about it in his interview at the top of the
44.
show. That when you're playing the full week, sometimes you maybe not hit the straps, maybe until that middle day on the Wednesday.
Yeah, and that's why I had my concerns for Vince
42.
in the last game there, because sometimes you've just got to sort of acclimatise to the stage. I mean, they do get the opportunity prior to the first game of being on the stage, etc.
58.
What we saw was sort of McGeeney and O'Shea on Monday, where it was a little bit of a drag for them. And we just felt that McGeeney and O'Shea today could be very dangerous. Now,
100.
McGeeney did get over the winning line, but he was far from his sparkling best. And O'Shea started fairly slowly. Well, he started very slowly, sorry, here.
45.
And he'd be frustrated because he knows he can win this game. And he knows he's got the experience in this one. Now,
49.
Lawrence's throw is very jabby, but it's always sort of been, it's never been as smooth as the throws like an O'Shea's. So it's nothing to panic too much for him.
Mark, you're 122.
The big difference is when you're only playing local league is that match practice. He's probably not as match sharp as he wants to be.
86.
And when you say match sharp, is that match sharp in relation to the games you played or the opponents you're playing against,
40.
without disrespect?
Tony
Well, let's look at
66.
Terry Jenkins. He was looking at finishes yesterday, which would have been automatic.
Yes.
Just as we look at this for Tony. The double 16. It's not the end of the world. That
34.
flyer after flyer
Mark, you
there.
require 82.
A wry smile. And this is all about the first out of the bullseye. It does look a bit ugly when he doesn't get that throw right, but
42.
to be fair, that's how he's
Tony,
always
you
thrown.
require 32.
And after them couple of flyers, some more share, Henry.
Game show on the second leg. Tony O'Shea.
Now it's time to kick on Silverback. He knows deep down, he knows he can win this game. For Mark Lawrence,
Mark to throw
really
first.
appreciate the opportunity with the
Game
MODUS
on.
Super Series. He's got his darts here. But for me, it's all about O'Shea this game.
58.
Don't know about you, Glenn, but I just think Tony O'Shea is the interesting quantity in this group. You know what he can produce? He's just finding it on a consistent enough
140.
basis to pick up enough points. Matthew Edgar so eloquently put it last week and was correct in his prediction as well, that you get 3 lies in Group C. If you lose more than 3 matches, you tend to be eliminated.
Yeah, I don't think them players will be thinking sort of down that road, but yeah, that competition where Mark Lawrence reached the quarter-final at Bolton, the UK Open, I absolutely loved it there. He turned it with 2 darts packed. His son's school trousers by mistake. I came halfway up to his shins. And like you said, got all the way to the quarters before coming across a rampant Phil Taylor. I've done that before. I'm turned up at Newcastle Airport with my wife's passport. I think that was my... So I think we've all had stories of that one.
140.
I've turned up to the wrong football ground to cover a game before.
Talking about this, talking about memories.
100. Mark, you're 152.
I had a good chat with Tony O'Shea yesterday afterwards, having a little bite to eat together. And I said, how's the book coming along? Because, I mean, the stories that man can give. And I think he's like a couple of 100 pages in and still not at the stage where he's playing darts yet. I mean, it's absolutely, it's one book that I can't wait to read. And I said, come on, Tony, get it done.
56. Mark, you require 67.
I think my favourite player in darts I've ever come across is Tony O'Shea. Double 8 for Lawrence.
Game
Doesn't
shown
look
the
as good
third
on the eye,
leg.
does he, as Tony
Mark
O'Shea,
Lawrence.
but it seems to be quite effective. Both won't be delighted with the way they're playing. You know, the low
Well, against Tony
70s here,
to
so
throw
very,
first.
very
Game
winnable
on.
game. And trying to choose winners today is going to be really, really tough. And someone will be, I think all 6
78.
players will be looking back after the first set of games thinking, well, this league, this group C is, I can win this.
I just get the
60.
sense and I just get the feeling they're just waiting for someone just to click. And I think once one goes, the others will tend to follow. We sometimes see that in these types of groups where the
77.
first round can be quite cagey, but as soon as someone puts something half decent in, I think we may then see the standard begin to eke up as a consequence of it.
60.
I think we saw just a minuscule of that when when McGeeney was playing Tipple, and they both started playing and bouncing off each other.
140.
That's what the frustrating thing will be for O'Shea. How can I throw darts like that? And the rest of the darts have been below average.
140. $100.
Much better last dart, and you feel he needs this leg. O'Shea, it's on his darts. For Lawrence.
140. Tony, we're going 106.
So they're both set up nicely after 12. The less said about that first dart, the better, but what a fantastic setup. So just take your time. 48 left, 16 or 8.
66.
He did that a couple of times yesterday.
101.
And 16's his preferred route. For double 12, big moment.
77.
Will he look
Tony,
back on
require
that?
40.
And that was what darts is all about, Henry, the width of a wire.
It's about these moments on the outer ring.
20.
It's about who can hold their nerve,
Mark
who
require
can keep
24.
it together in that crucial moment. They both know they're not playing to their rip-roaring best.
Game
But Mark
shown the
Lawrence
fourth
knows
leg.
that it's just
Mark
about the winning at this
Lawrence.
stage. He's 3-1 up, broken the throw of O'Shea, and now has the darts to
Fifth leg,
complete
it's Mark
a
to throw
4-1 victory
first.
in his
Game
debut
on.
game.
Tony O'Shea gives nothing away. But there, I could see the frustration when that last dart went in. As a dart player, when
100.
I could see him scrunching his eyes because you just don't want to hear the referee shouting game shot. And when you do, he doesn't often give an awful lot
60.
away. And then you hear a 3-figure score and you throw 3 great darts at 60 and you start thinking everything's against me here. And you're just battling against yourself.
40.
And he looks just to the side there because that's what we call the reset. He's thinking, I can be winning this game. I should be winning this game.
100. 57.
Very erratic follow through there from Lawrence. Could be the nerves, but he's 3-1 up.
43.
And he's probably thinking, I'm not even playing my best at this moment, but very upright. But just look at that follow through, Henry. Now that was better. The last two
100.
was so much better there, but the first one was just sometimes just like 3/4 through, but this guy just never. It's faultless, his throw. Henry's been watching it
58.
sort of in practice and said, Glenn, you're absolutely spot on. It's just beautiful to watch, but he's just not transferring it across to the match games. And right now, it's all about Mark Lawrence.
To complete a victory in his debut game here at the Super Series to get the better of the Silverback.
140.
He will return in game 5 to take on his good friend Daryl Fitton, but Lawrence here. 64 to win the match. And so one dart at tops.
44.
Doesn't go, and so
Tony
O'Shea gets
require
another go.
100.
This is to save the match with the ton, and it's sent. It's going to have to go with Lawrence back on double 10. Decided to go tops there,
80.
did O'Shea, and then the
Mark,
trouble with the last
require
dart.
20.
So Lawrence back, double 10 for a 4-1 success.
No score. Tony required 20.
O'Shea returns for that target,
Game shot
finds
the
that
fifth
target
leg.
right in the
Tony
bottom
O'Shea.
corner. And back we go to 3-2. O'Shea gets the break back. We return to throw. And it is the Silverback
Tony to throw first.
who has the darts in
Game
leg
on.
6 to send us to a decider, and a rueful shake of the head by Mark Lawrence, who knew that that was a huge opportunity to get the job
60.
done.
O'Shea will be thinking, everything's been against me this week. Finished bottom of the pile in Group A.
80.
Sometimes the catalyst can be a 180 from yourself. Also, when you see your opponent just not being able to see out a game. He's actually thrown quite nicely here, Tony, but they're just not
97.
going into the treble 20s for him. He uses the 19. He can still win this game. You're absolutely
60.
spot on. Mark was shaking his head, very rueful, thinking that's my chances. What you need to do now, and he knows. He doesn't need me to tell him. But the last thing you can just see now, the spark is in O'Shea's eyes.
140.
We're still looking for our first 180 of the day. Is this the moment?
140.
180 from the voice of Owen Binks.
He hasn't had that opportunity yet.
60.
Great job the referees are doing this week. Once again, Charlie and Owen.
57.
Absolutely outstanding.
144.
Faultless.
Agreed. Save the match, and it would have been in some style. Can Lawrence win the game in some style?
96.
Can Nitro light up
164.
proceedings with a 164? Not this time.
78. Tony required 48.
So again, 8 or 16. That's his preferred way. Big dart.
32. Mark, you require
You don't often
86.
see that frustration. And it would hurt even more if his treble 18 goes in, and it's right plumb in the middle. And two
Game
darts there
shot
from
of
Mark
the
Lawrence.
match,
Opportunity
Mark
knocks
Lawrence.
there for Lawrence. Disappointment for O'Shea. I think that he felt that that was a game he could win. For Lawrence on his debut, he'll be delighted to get through there. 4 from 12 on the outer ring for Lawrence. But the only thing that he cares right now, that 120 finish being the highlight. Well, it's Lawrence who comes out the traps. Next up, the return of Adam Lipscombe and Vince Tipple. We'll be back after the break.
So then, wins so far for Lipscomb, McGeeney and Lawrence. Adam Lipscomb has had the highest winning average of the morning so far. Can he make it 2 from 2 in this one, or will Tipple find his doubles to get himself off the mark? Let's hand back to Double D, Dozer and Deacon to talk you through the action.
I think out the 6 players, Adam is the guy looking, thinking, definitely I can win this group today now. I haven't seen anything that frightens me from the other players this week. I'm sure he'll be a big favourite here against Tipple. And what he needs right now is just a win under his belt. I think he settled nicely. But I think, you know, getting 2 points on the board would be fantastic. But I see Adam as a big, big favourite in this game, Henry.
Yeah, and Adam, I think probably if we're looking at value alongside Lawrence, probably at 10 to out the players at 10 to 3 is probably the one you'd fancy the most.
Okay,
have a look at what the bookmakers think. Adam Lipscomb, a heavy favourite, 4 to 11. Whereas Tipple's 2 to 1. Interestingly, in the next one between O'Shea and Fitton, the odds compilers can't split the pair. They're both 5 to 6.
99.
Pick a 2. So just have whichever one you want in that one.
Well, I would have said O'Shea this morning. But after both performances, I thought there was more in Darryl's game than Tony's right now. I think O'Shea will be a frustrated guy right now in that room next door. One guy who won't be frustrated is Adam Lipscomb. And that's our first 180 from Owen Binks this morning. Hopefully there's many more to come.
140.
There's the whole production team doing an impression of Owen Binks.
I'm surprised you didn't follow up following that Paul Hinks one you did a few weeks ago on comms. You didn't do an Owen Binks one.
Yeah. The Yorkshire accent, see, I can do that one. This is better from Tipple.
135, Adam, you're 164.
Triple 18 would have left the bull. Tipple possibly looking for the bull.
98.
For this 126.
126.
All about the treble 19s. You need at least one. Lucky there that it went in the 19s, and often happens when you don't get the greatest of marks. So it's bull for Tipple.
91. Adam, you're 166.
Treble 10 or bullseye for Adam. He said this is the part of the game that he hasn't really enjoyed this week, but he's taking his time. And all I would say to him is don't rush the last dart.
56. Means you require 35.
He's in control of this game. And he won't like it though if Tipple goes in, because this is for a 14 darter for Vince.
27.
And you have to
Adam, you
execute
require
them.
10.
When you need to get your 2 points on the board, when you get them opportunities.
Game shown the first leg.
Because Adam's been
Adam
here all
Lipscomb.
week. Adam looks like the form man right now. Sure, the odd compilers will be looking at him now and making him a possible favourite. McGeeney didn't look that impressive against Tipple in his opening game. Right now you've got to say Lipscomb and McGeeney, the potential 2 to qualify from this group, though it's very, very early right now, and I'm sure the other players have got something to say about that.
And of course, now they've had that game on the stage, they can just kind of settle down a little bit.
59.
Those who, well, every player who's come into this group have not played on this particular stage before. Tipple and Lawrence, both debutants in this particular competition. We had seen Fitton in Southampton
62.
before. So sometimes just having that game on the stage to acclimatise is important. And Lipscomb now looks in the zone. That's his second 180. His average ticks above the ton. He could have a third.
140.
Not to be this time.
$100.
And again, the approach play from Adam Lipscomb could come back to haunt him, leaving 162 from 262. Had to start on the 18s there.
95.
So right when you power score, but at some point you are going to get burnt by that. Now he has a look at the scoreboard. 82 remains following the first 2 darts. So he moves across for the 14th. The treble would have left him tops. And so Vince Tipple will be hoping finishing is as easy as 1, 2, 3. As he finds the 4.
83. Adam, requires 68.
Easy job, this Coventry. He's going to get a dart or double. On that dart, the double is tops.
33.
Wayward.
Vince, you require 40.
Tens. He needs to start putting these away.
20.
Chance in the first leg. Chance in the second leg. Adam put this away last time. He won't like that dart. And he won't like that dart. He's looking for a double in this game. There's 2.
31. Vince, you require 20.
Closer. He has to move across the hockey.
10. Adam, you require 4.
Shake of the head. Tells you exactly how he feels. But Adam, you don't get chances like this. He wasn't getting these chances in Group A.
No score. Vince, you require 10.
And so Tipple returns for 10. Will this be his starter for 10? No.
6. Adam, you require 4.
Madhouse. That's not a bad lie.
Game shown the
Not a bad
second
lie
leg.
at all.
Adam
One up,
Lipscombe.
one in for Adam Lipscomb, and it's a 2-0 lead. Break a throw.
He wasn't getting them
Well,
chances in
it's
Group
Adam
A.
to throw first.
Terry Jenkins,
Game
Johnny
on.
Haynes, Neil Duff. You don't get them type of opportunities, Adam would be thinking.
80.
Nothing I've seen today to frighten me. Just got to relax because right now, he's the man to beat. Scoring from both players has been absolutely fine in this game. Doubles. 2 from 9 for Lipscombe.
140.
0 from 11 for Tipple. And if your Tipple is a double,
46.
I can't finish that one off.
If your Tipple is a double at this time of the morning, then I'd go and see a
100.
doctor.
You would think it'd be a cinch for Vince. But right now it's all about
96.
Adam Lipscombe.
You've only gone and cinched it. I do have to ask about the back of Adam's shirt. What do you make of that?
91.
You're going to remind me of, is it Baby Boy, his nickname or something? Is that what it is?
Oh, Glivic of Adam in a nappy.
59. Vince, you require 170.
It's like when you order Michael Van Gerwen off Wish.
Well, Tipple here first to a finish. We have Lipscomb back on
41.
220. Slip with the last. That could change everything because it means he's got to go down to the 19s at the beginning of the next visit.
132.
Good set up.
Vince, you require 129.
The minimum there was a 19.
47. Adam, you require 88.
Treble 20. Bat 18. For the bull.
63.
He's looking down the side
Vince,
there. You
require
should know.
82.
And maybe it was just, actually, maybe just looking what Vince was on. Because what a dart that is.
Game shown the third.
Couldn't
leg.
get any far in the corner
Vince
for Vince
Tipple.
Tipple. He'll be feeling so much better about himself right now. He opened up very, very, very slowly against McGeeney.
Vince to throw first.
The tail of the tape
Game
so
on.
far has been missed doubles from Vince Tipple in this match. And out of nowhere, that 82 finish. His first double attempt going in from 12.
It was so far in the
54.
corner. We had to have a second glance. Owen had to have a second glance. We just had to have a bit of a double take.
15.
That would have been the type of one in the tennis over in Australia right now. They'd have to go to Hawkeye over.
Hey, 2-1.
Come and join us on Twitter.
140.
Give at MSS Dart a follow. That does a 180. Get your questions to us. You've been great this week with the questions. Copenhagen tomorrow.
60.
Michael van Gerwen, a big favourite there. I believe he's still on a beach at the other side of the world. So for me,
13.
that makes Michael Smith a big favourite. It's been non-stop since winning the World Summit, isn't it? Been on virtually every TV show. He went over to Germany for a Pro-Am.
59.
He went over to Bahrain. What a wonderful trophy. Did you see the trophy he won? The Dutch used to do some fantastic show. The
100.
Finder Masters. I remember getting on the plane with the Finder Masters trophies. They were brilliant ones. The old IDL. Yeah, the Dutch used to do some crackers.
Talking about beaches, have you managed to get down to
60.
Southsea Beach yet, Jen?
Yeah, but the kids keep pushing me back in the sea.
Whatever happens on a beach should stay on a beach, Glenn.
44.
I was on a beach last week and, well, as long as it's not Blackpool Beach anyway. Last time I was seeing a stream.
57.
One of your favourite nights, wasn't it, in Blackpool 2019?
I never talk about beating Michael van Gerwen. It seems so long ago now.
137.
Special night.
Vince, you reckon 130.
Yeah, it was the best. Got the shirt up in my dart room. The thing with Vince right now is he's getting opportunities.
42.
129 in the last one, he
52.
hits a 7. 130 in this one, he hits the 1. Big numbers missed here. If anyone's been watching this week, my pet
Vince,
hate.
88.
It's just a loss of focus. You're already thinking of the double. Make sure you hit your big numbers. He's got another opportunity with 18. Glenn slaps head.
40.
Glenn
Adam,
gets
you require
frustrated.
20.
Adam Lipscombe. It's 3 darts, a double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
Only needs the
leg.
1.
Adam Lipscombe.
This is quite comfortable for Adam Lipscombe, and anyone been watching this week, he's not even at the game he was, and finishing, you know,
Fifth leg, it's Adam
mid-table
to
of
throw
Group A.
first. Game on.
He's got another 10, 20 points on his average of how he's playing right now, but he's looking good for 2 wins out of 2.
It's a worry now that the players are going to get
60.
overly frustrated about the way they're playing, and it could lead to even more frustration. And it could really set in, or can it be the opposite, where someone says, "Well, I've just got to grab this by the horns, and I'm just going to find something from somewhere."
45.
The second part, I would say, if I was in that players' lounge now, and even after a loss, I'd be thinking, not one of us is playing well. And this is here for the taking. I'm
140.
surprised, actually. Like I said, I thought McGeeney would come out firing with a big 100 average first game. I genuinely thought O'Shea would have beaten Mark Lawrence, even though I said Mark Lawrence at 12 to 1.
61.
If I had 50 pence to give away, which I wouldn't, would be the one I would put that 50 pence on. But Adam should be the guy who's thinking,
100.
hey, come on. I can get to Saturday night here. Just stay cool. Stay composed. There's nothing to be frightened of here.
60.
This is better from Adam. Set it up nicely.
177.
Exactly what he needed. Sometimes dart is all about timing.
Saving his best leg of the match for potentially the last leg of the match. He could get it done in 13 if he can convert this double 12. 14 will do. And Adam Lipscombe secures a 4-1 victory against Vince Tipple. He backs up the win against Darryl Fitton here in game 4. It's 2 from 2 for Lipscombe. He gets the better of Tipple, who is still searching for his first win of the day. Coming up after the break, we have a real treat for you. Two darting legends colliding, two good friends going toe-to-toe on the hockey as Tony O'Shea takes on Daryl Fitton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here on the first day of Group C action, it's Adam Lipscombe who's won his opening 2 games despite missing 10 darts at the outer ring in that last match. It was still a convincing 4-1 victory for him. But next up, we have 2 players who know each other very well indeed in Tony O'Shea and, of course, Daryl Fitton. It's Tony O'Shea who has the superior head-to-head record on the hockey, but off the hockey, who's got the better head-to-head when it comes to the Mr. and Mr. title? Let's find out.
When's Daryl's birthday?
That's an obvious one. It's the 5th of May.
I think it's the 5th of May.
When's Tony's birthday?
Tony O'Shea's birthday is 9th of May.
A few days later, but a year sooner, 9th of May, 1961.
What's Daryl's karaoke classic?
I saw him at his 50th birthday party singing Mustang Sally, and he was very good at it, to be honest.
Mustang Sally.
What's Tony's karaoke classic?
Tony's karaoke classic is Bobby's Girl.
Elvis, stuff like that.
Who's had the most televised 9-dart finishes?
Mr. Darryl Fitton at the Zadderdam Masters and the Dutch Open. I've only had one.
Most televised 9-dart finishes is Daryl.
What's your nickname for each other?
He calls me Fatty because that was a name I gave myself years ago.
Our nickname for each other is Fatty.
Who played at the World Championship first?
That would be me, 2001, about the 8th of January.
Tony O'Shea played at the World Championship first. I went to watch him, and then I realised I can do this myself, so I started to travel.
And finally, who's got the best walk-on song?
The best walk-on song between the pair of us, I think Tony's gets the crowd going.
They're still singing mine, sort of today, aren't they, at every tournament in the world, so I'm going to say mine, obviously. Hey, baby.
Yeah, excellent stuff from both players there. As I said, some notable wins for O'Shea over his good friend Daryl Fitton, including the final of the Jersey Classic in 2014 and the quarters of the Flinders Masters the same year. Can he get the better of him in this one to get 2 points on the board? Glenry, over to you to find out.
Well done, Henry. What a fantastic feature that was. I'd like to see more of them, because that was absolutely brilliant. But when you look at double acts, I mean, just as Abby alluded to there, they've played each other 7 times, but I can assure you, they've played each other over 100 times. The stats will show that Tony O'Shea gets the better of Daryl Fitton all the way back to 2004 at the IDL, where Tony beat Daryl 6-5 that day. But 3 times they've played each other at the Finder Masters, a couple of times at the IDL Jersey Classics.
First.
And 2009 World Championship semi-final, Tony O'Shea 6, Daryl Fitton 4, to play your best friend in the semi-final of Lakeside. Wonder how that must have felt. That would have been a question for me on Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mr.
60.
Sorry. I think I would have liked to know, how did you feel at the end of that game between each other, because to play your best mate there would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a wonderful bit of content, wasn't it?
59.
We'll clip that back up and put it on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to watch at your leisure. And if you are there, why don't you give us a subscribe as well?
23.
Wouldn't it be ironic the moment where Tony O'Shea starts playing proper darts today, as against his good friend? I was talking to Daryl in Germany last time we were over there. I was over there with Terry Jenkins, Colin Lloyd.
58.
And he's loving these darts. He's just changed suppliers, and he said they feel really good in his hands, but obviously he's just not getting that match practice that he was when he was a little bit younger.
And you mentioned there, will it bring the best? I think this will bring the best out of each other. I really, really do. Because they can just feed off each other. Just that natural chemistry, that natural energy. They'll be relaxed in each other's company. And how many times do we say here in this commentary box that the best darts that a player plays is usually when they're relaxed?
25.
Are you relaxed when you play your mate? Something I didn't like. I used to like playing players I didn't like, or someone who'd said something to me in the, in preparation of the game.
58.
I remember
Tony
Michael Smith gave me a real
144.
hard time before the game in the match play, and I thought, right, you're going to get it, and he was unbelievable.
27.
Owen Binks tried to do something similar in our game yesterday, but the double-1 shootout was won by yours truly.
Is this after the pool game, was it?
Yes, slightly less embarrassing.
You didn't go double or quits
Tony
at pool.
117.
Absolutely not. 117 for O'Shea to win the opening leg. Treble 19 gives him 1 dart at tops.
77.
And he wasn't too far
We
away.
require 105.
I quite like on the 19s, Drew, but obviously Daryl liking his tops. For treble 15 or treble 19. For double 14.
91. Tony require 40.
Opportunity again. All 6 players are getting opportunities today. It's looking like the conclusion will be who can see out, who will have the best checkout percentage
Game
rate.
on the first leg.
And I can tell you,
Tony
he might be
O'Shea.
looking there frustrated. But that double 5 will feel absolutely fantastic. Just the fact he's going 1-0 up
Second leg
will
is
be a
Darryl to throw
really important
first.
moment for
Game
Tony.
on.
Like I said, he needs something. And beating his good friend could be that thing.
$55.
Yeah, I'll be working with these a lot on the Phil Taylor Power Tour in Germany this year, alongside Terry Jenkins, Colin Lloyd.
100.
You've got Phil Taylor in the room as well. Honestly, the banter, Henry, is absolutely wonderful. I'm a massive fan of these two.
Just having a chat with them in the practice room this morning, you could just tell that
47.
them two just gave off an energy that just lit up the room.
I've had them down in up in Middlesbrough, sorry, for many exhibitions, and both
60.
of them have filled out the joints. Never let anyone grate with the actual paying public. I always have time for them, and that's why they're so busy on the circuit.
They're just genuine people.
81.
Darryl doing an awful lot now for young player development. He's signing an awful lot of players for Target and now Mission.
27.
Seen him picking up players, young players at airports for development tours, and it's a route that Darryl's gone down because young players are like mentors. It's great to have to pick up the phone. I mean, Jimi Hendrix, who's a
40.
Pro Tour card holder, the respect he has for these two guys because they've been there since he was a young boy. If you can just pick up the phone to someone and just sort of say, I'm struggling with this, I can't do that, I'm losing games than I should be, and get some advice, from the kind of people that you got on your screen right now is invaluable.
And it's good to see, isn't it?
41.
This is how the game's developing, where we've got these mentors, these youth coaching systems within manufacturers and different companies, and it's the way to bring the next generation of players through. And we're seeing a lot by a number of different manufacturers, it really bearing fruit. The likes of Nathan Gervin come through those particular academies and turn into top players in their own right.
80.
I'm really liking Luke Littler. I think he's a tremendous talent. He's the guy for me who's... but there's so many. I mean, you think there's players you can name who are 18, 19-year-old. Obviously, I sat next to Adam Gawlis
57.
sort of the whole of last year as well. And just kids. But they're playing for millions and millions of pounds. As Fitton goes for tops for a 157.
137. Tony McGeeney, 92.
2 options for Tony, bullseye or treble 20. Sometimes it just depends, treble 17. Double 18, big dart. I fancied that.
74.
I think Tony fancied that after that beautifully executed second
20.
dart. And that'll be the frustration because Daryl Fitton usually around the doubles area is where he's at his best.
Game on the second leg. Daryl Fitton.
And just to hear them dulcet tones, you could see Tony clearly doesn't look at players on the board as they throw up a winning doubles. It's an awful feeling when you just hear a game shot, especially after you've had a dart to try and win that leg, because 2-0 in a best of 7 is massive. Perfect dart. Begging for a max.
180.
Fitton's first of the day. There'll usually be many of them with Daryl at his best.
100.
I remember watching a Phil Taylor interview, seeing he practices with Daryl. Just ridiculous how many 180s he hits.
As we heard in the VT, Daryl's had 2 career televised 9-darters. The
60.
First of them being against Ross Montgomery. That was at the Zuiderdown Masters in 2009. And then he got one in the final of the Dutch Open against Martin Wolfie Adams. That was in 2015. O'Shea famously getting one at the International Darts League against Adrian Lewis. That was back in 2007. He actually won himself a car. Well, if he can win the leg from here, I'll give him the car myself.
Come on, Tony.
100. Darryl Fitton, 121.
Witness Tony win this leg. Henry Deacon buys you a car. Doesn't need to go down to treble seven. It doesn't need to go up with the bull, but
81.
Sometimes when you're just looking for that spot, but that's very, very sensible. And that's an experienced man throwing them darts for O'Shea. The frustration continues, and then you hit a 1-2-5 effortlessly.
Require 40.
And you think, oh, why can't I do that when I need it at the beginning of the leg? Opportunity knocks for Darryl Fitton.
Game show on the third leg.
And the door is opened by the Dazzler, who leads 2-1. He's a player who's just managing to...
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
Just find a way in this game. He's just trying to get through the gears. Both kind of in neutral for the first couple of legs, but Fitton looks as if he's the one who's going to turn the screw here. And turn the screw with some perfect darts.
180.
Second of the match.
140.
Tony threw them just a little bit quicker.
And the Dazzler dazzle us. There'll be no Darryl dazzling this time round.
100.
Henry did promise me a 9 this week.
I heard you the number 9 from the restaurant last night.
What a restaurant it is. Go back up to 18s.
57.
Slight opportunity for O'Shea. He's gone 140, 140. He won't like the lie of that one. He sticks with the 20s.
43.
He sticks with the 20s majority of the time. 64. There's Turner. That was a real opportunity to go downstairs. 6 starts and 164 for Fitton. He doesn't like that lie with the first one because the way they sit up. We've talked an awful lot about for someone like McGeeney. That would be the perfect dart for him, but that's an awful setup. Gives O'Shea a shout.
100. Harry require 122.
Make an argument. He's now favourite with Fitton on 1-2-2. Needs a treble for the bull. 2 in this treble 18 bed would leave him a go at double 7. Well, that wasn't actually a disaster dart because he could have had a second bite of the cherry on the treble 20 for the bullseye. But O'Shea here, 78. If he keeps himself straight, should get a dart at tops. Is going to get a dart at tops. Converts a dart at tops for 15 darts of a level game. We're back on throw at 2-2.
Struggles so much this week, Tony, with his doubles. You get 1 dart at tops. Not the ideal setup on the second dart. And it goes right in the corner there. Someone once said it's a funny old game.
140.
Still looking for his first max of the days, Tony. You're 10 in Group A.
$77.
Don't forget we're on Twitter. It's always nice to get your interaction. The MODUS Super Series. I'm just looking at the outtakes there from Mr. and Mr. Please give the MSS Darts a follow.
98.
Got over 9,000 followers on there now. I'm sure MODUS will do something special when we get to 10,000 followers.
Game of pool against me.
Henry Deacon signed T-shirt.
100.
We said something special, Glenn.
96.
Could sell off a tungsten time T-shirt.
It's tungsten time. Has he put the price down yet?
Available at all good car boot sales.
Stop being a bully, Henry.
123. It's only 167.
Mr. Star is a star.
He is.
Creep. Better from O'Shea.
39.
Something has happened. 140, 98, 96, 139. After that wonderful execution of 78. This is what we've been waiting for Tony O'Shea.
96.
I'm being very greedy. It'd be nice to have both of these here Saturday night, but it's double 14 for O'Shea.
Game shot.
Something has happened in his game all of a sudden. Just look at his reaction. Positive strides as he goes for his glass of water.
Looks like it's Daryl to throw first.
Sometimes you can just tell how a person is feeling, Henry, by the body demeanour. He was striding along there.
Do you remember I said a little bit earlier on that maybe one would set the other into light in this particular match because they could both feed off each other? Well, Daryl made the move at the beginning of leg 3, and we thought maybe because he's going to sell through the sunset to a certain extent. But actually, it's helped O'Shea along. And that 13 data means he's in front of Fitton on the averages, 86 to 84. Now, in the early stages of this match, it has to be said, it was much lower.
Yeah, the averages are so much better here. Just creeping up to that 90. That used to be the benchmark for these two. We're probably in the early 2000s. I mean, the game's gone absolute madness these days. Like I said, in old money, that 30 average when you played at county. So solid. Body movement in his throat.
134.
Rhythm is good. We talked an awful lot about that silky, smooth follow-through of O'Shea's.
140.
When he gets it right, he gets it right. But it's Fitton's dart in this last leg. I had a feeling it was going to go all the way against his good friend. Not this time.
And so, double 12 for Fitton to take us all the way. We haven't had a last leg decider yet today. But we will now.
Darryl Fitton.
And so, we go the distance.
7th and final leg is Tony.
It's Tony with the darts.
Game on.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I think this is a massive, massive leg for Tony O'Shea. Not so much for Fitton.
83.
Yeah, both have want to get under the wire there. I just think Tony O'Shea, after them disappointment of the past 3 days, like I said, 3 losses and already on 2 losses there. And more like what he sees when he looks up there. It's a one-leg shootout. Who was going to get underway with 2 points today?
100.
Fitton averaging over 88 now. And he won like that.
Has to move downstairs
78.
because the way that his darts stand up, as we have a quick check of the averages there, 85, 95 plays 88 and 11. 2 maximums for Fitton, both of them coming at the beginning of legs as well.
96.
But that first start when it stands up for Fitton, it goes just below, completely obscures the bed, which is why he has to switch a lot more than most of the players you see in the field. But when that first start goes in like that, it's the perfect lie.
140.
Or 140, which puts him very close now, unless O'Shea can crank another treble in there, which looked very likely following that first start.
And the frustration there from O'Shea, because that first start was perfect. I want to use the bullseye on the last start to leave the 117. 122 is not the easiest finish by a long stretch. 117 is so much easier. But 88's not a gimme. And he'll hate that. He'll love that.
75.
Nice setup play. Leaves a 2-dart. 88. Combination finishing for O'Shea. Can he keep this silky smooth treble 20 going? He's going to be using the bullseye. A double 7. He's hit this already in error.
74.
Opportunity. The wry
Tony
smile
require
there.
47.
O'Shea's had a difficult week. Is this the moment for him? 2 darts, double 16. The shake of the
39.
head tells you that opportunity once again.
Tony require 40.
O'Shea falls short.
O'Shea misses a dart, which in Dutch is called double act, to win the battle between this double act. But it's Fitton on double 7
Game
that
shot
wins the
of the
battle in
match.
leg 7.
Daryl
He gets the
Fitton.
better of his good friend Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 3. And so for Fitton, following that opening defeat to Adam Lipscombe, he bounces back with victory. While to O'Shea, that is now 2 defeats from 2. The highest quality encounter of the day so far. The average is 87 and 85 respectively. Fitton with 2 maximums in that one. He claims the 2 points. We're going to take a short break. It's the battle of the marks. But who's going to make their mark as McGeeney takes on Lawrence?
So, Mark McGeeney not at his best and looking slightly uncomfortable at times in his opening game, but still managed to pick up the points. Can he build on that in this one as he takes on Mark Lawrence, who took out a superb Shanghai checkout en route to victory in his opening game? The only 3-figure shot we've seen so far this morning. Let's get back to the action and back to our commentary team then, lads. Back up to you.
Do you know who I think's going to win this game, Glenn? Mark.
After your fantastic commentary of double act for the double act and double 7 in leg 7, you come up with, I know who's going to win this match, Mark. Disappointed.
Mark my words, this will be good.
The Seagulls and Blackpool will be struggling with that one.
Okay, first leg, it's Mark McGeeney to throw first. Game on.
I'll give you the winner of this one, McGeeney.
McGeeney, of course, the bookmaker's favourite to win this group. Having a look at the betting for this particular game, McGeeney goes off 2-7 favourite. Lawrence 5-2 with the
100.
odds compilers.
Both playing in the Yorkshire Super League. No Mark McGeeney is still playing Yorkshire County when he can.
81.
Played in the same Super League. That was a ferocious team we had at the Yorkshire Super League. I'd heard so much about them dominating the Super League, and then I went to the venue. It was absolutely freezing.
140.
It was Conisborough, I think it was called. I was expecting this real fancy Dan pub and set up. But yeah, what a team we had. Daz Johnson, John Boy Walton, Brian Dougie Dawson.
81. 43.
As you might have heard this week, my fascination of throws right now. And Mark's has all been about that. That's the better dart for him. When he starts pointing them fingers to the floor at the end.
100.
Whereas Mark's is just very jabby.
58. Mark, you require 80.
Both tall lads. Good stuff. McGeeney's going to get a dart at tops for a 15 darter. And with your throw, that's all you're asking yourself.
60.
Just comes up short, but no panic just yet.
42. Mark, you require 20.
Double 10. This has been a good start for McGeeney to this match. Can he find a winning double?
No score.
Some of these 50-plus players this week, the difference I'm seeing from when they're at the pump is just round about that area there, because Mark McGeeney does not miss 80 and then 3 darts at double 10.
Mark, you require 20.
To win this leg, and I think that's been the big thing for me this week. In a leg he should have won.
No
at a
score.
canter. Mark Lawrence incredibly
44.
thinking. I've got a dart at 44 here.
Acapulco.
24.
No go, no
Mark,
get.
you require 20.
And so McGeeney could win this leg still yet.
Game shown the first
And it's
leg.
something he will get,
Mark
and he will
McGeeney.
open up a 1-0 lead.
Second
Scored very well in that leg.
First. Game on.
We'll just be disappointed that it took him to his 8th attempt to get over the line.
85.
Thanks for people being in touch on Twitter. And done any advice how to stay motivated when your dart form has dropped? Well, you're talking to someone who knows exactly that right now. Just keep believing.
100.
But most importantly, don't just throw a treble 20. Set yourself targets every single day on the dartboard.
100.
From playing the invisible man of 101 games, 151 games, double off, double finish games, 501 in certain darts, to some drills, 10 bulls, 21 big 20s, 21 big 19s,
100.
to combination finishing. Always finish your practice session thinking, what have I achieved today? What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong?
85.
But motivation, I don't believe when you practice on your own. I can't practice on my own. I need someone to practice with. I never had that problem. So just keep yourself motivated. Start a little bit of board management. Start doing some drills around there. Follow the Practice Guru on Twitter. One of the best accounts I sort of follow, and use an awful lot of his games to try and improve not only my game, but other players' games as well. So thanks for the question, Wayne Glover. What else would you be doing on a snowy day? And they're watching the darts today, so thank you very much for that.
58.
Durant, I'm beginning my dart journey. Managed a 180 in the first hour, but wildly inconsistent. Any tips to stop tinkering with my throw? As we see, finish this leg before I answer that one.
Mark, you're 118.
McGeeney will start on the 20s. I've seen people start on the 18s with this one, but not for me. I don't hit a little one.
78. Mark, you require 50.
Covered it well there, but Lawrence is back for 50 to level this game back up. 18 for
Game
double
shot, the
16.
second leg. Mark
Bish,
Lawrence.
bash, bosh.
He's not great on the eye, is he, with that throw, but it's very, very effective.
Third gets Mark McGeeney to throw first. Game on.
So let's look at that question again about consistency. It's just about working on your throw, working on that release point. So what do I mean by that? Just now, as Mark McGeeney's, it's about look at that release. Find out what works for you. Work on that throw. And then the game isolate, doing just exactly what Mark Lawrence is doing there.
57.
He just did 20 after 20 after 20. Just knowing that in your mind, you're throwing straight. And then it's just the transition to reach that target there. It doesn't happen overnight. Thanks for your question, but consistency. Keep it simple. Look at the big numbers. Learn your release point. And it's a good start for you.
99.
Strange enough, that's not the ideal first dart for McGeeney, and it's plumbing the treble 20. He actually works on his ideal one is the bottom segment of the treble 20. That's how this game has changed now.
41.
I was looking at Chris Mason's social media yesterday, and some of his averages at Lakeside. That treble 20 bed just looks so inviting on that new windmill board, doesn't it? And when you watch his games from early 2000s,
95.
with the wires sort of pinging out all over the place, some of the averages them players were doing in early 2000, the Barneys, the Masons, the Taylors, absolutely
57.
fantastic.
Mark, you require 115.
Makes you think in there, Dave, they were playing on this dartboard right now. We have the luxury. That dartboard is beautiful.
You are going to see Chris Mason in action at the World Seniors, and a lot of people are tipping him to do some great things at that particular event, following his return to competitive action here at the Super Series, where he won week 12 last time. Actually beat Tony O'Shea in the final before then losing out on finals night of Champions Night. And so McGeeney here, 90 for a 2-1 lead. He's going to get 2 here at double 15. Only needs the 1. And the combination finishing from this pair has been really good so far. And it is McGeeney who has the lead in the Battle of the Marks by 2-1.
To throw first. Game on.
This game's not to write home about, but some of the finishing's been really good. And Henry did cheer me up last night.
100.
I said I'm back on the 30th for the final week of the qualifiers. He went, no, Glenn, we commence on the 30th of January is Champions Week, and you'll be commentating on that week there, which I can't wait for. 20 grand to the winner. I've had a sneak preview of who's here next week, and it's very, very juicy. So stay tuned on that. That'll be announced sometime on Saturday.
Part of our programme on Saturday night. So do join us. It's a 10 o'clock start on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We'll be seeing Mark McGeeney there on Saturday night. Well, if he continues to raise the level in the way that he is in this particular encounter, we've got every single chance of that particular outcome happening.
McGeeney just creeping up to that 90 average.
55.
Won't do it any favours. I think McGeeney knows right now he's the class act of this group. And I stand by the fact that when he stood on that Rocky on Monday, he was thinking it's a long, long week to Saturday. And I'm feeling mentally tired. So what happens when you get to the last 400 metres of the race, you get your second wind. Just had a funny feeling that this morning. He's starting on 0 points. He's watching people around him, not doing anything he can do with his C game. But it's tops for Lawrence here.
40. Mark, you require 106.
Mark McGeeney can cement that thought with this 106 finish. Treble 18. Frustrating.
58.
Picture paints 1,000 words. And that grimace, and it's tops from Lawrence.
Game shot on the 4th.
Right in
Mark Lawrence.
the side of the wire, and just look at Mark McGeeney there. That's a man of frustration. I think he knows he should be winning this game.
Fifth leg, it's Mark McGeeney to throw first.
10 up on the
Game
averages on Lawrence. But it's 2-2. It's a lot more sedate today, the pace, but all to play for.
140.
No two dart players are the same. From a Ricky Evans.
100.
Who would you say is the slowest player? Mickey Mansell?
Thanks for giving me that question, Glenn.
Mickey Mansell.
Have you ever seen that video of that player back in the 80s who played Jockey Wilson?
100.
Oh, that's bizarre. Yeah, he came up like this, didn't he? But then there was a guy from America. Was it Dave Schneider?
Is he the one who took 2 minutes to
Yeah,
throw?
2 minutes to throw.
140.
Didn't he have a fight with someone, or someone
Wasn't it
threatened
Andy
to punch him
Jenkins
or
or
something?
Chris Mason? I don't know. It was somebody. I think. Oh, they told me the story anyway.
$100.
Mind you, I can't talk after that game of pool yesterday.
Yeah. I don't tell you what we were calling him.
87. Mike, you're 161.
Doesn't have to go for the ball. He's not going to get that option now.
97.
Good setup. Be looking for a 1-3-4 here.
134. Mike, you're going 64.
Executed very nicely. This 64 now becomes very difficult. Not so much now. 2 dart to 88. And it's
Game
McGeeney
shown
who
the fifth
fires that in
leg.
just when Mark Lawrence was
McGeeney.
showing signs there.
Sixth leg is Mark Lawrence to throw first. Game on.
It was a big moment for McGeeney. Look at the concentration and behind there.
57.
We weren't seeing that this week. We were seeing someone who was pretty forlorn. I think his mind was elsewhere. His focus is right there right now. Treble 19s he'll be looking at here. He could be sat on 4 points without
58.
playing anywhere near his best. But listen, you want to be playing your best on Saturday night. It's just about qualification.
100.
You can look amazing as you want in the group stage, but you want to peak Saturday night.
And we mentioned yesterday, didn't we, that the fact that for Mark and Tony, we mentioned it about as well, coming into today, back on
60.
0 points, back on an even kilter with everybody else, probably will help them because mentally you're just clean of your thoughts.
81.
Yeah, I'm disappointed for Tony right now. Obviously, you're talking to someone who's a massive fan. You know, I wanted him there on Saturday night, and I genuinely thought he would kick on today. Certainly, Adam Lipscombe has. Mark McGeeney looks like he's going to be sat on 4 points after the opening 2 games.
140.
So the only frustrated figure right now will be O'Shea. At 12 to 1 this morning. I said Lawrence would be
141.
the value bet. And then he interviewed him to say he's not playing an awful lot, playing in the York events, which I've played in them myself. Very, very competitive. The Dougie Dawsons, the Leighton Bennetts, Chris Quantocks of this world are been pretty prolific in them York events over the years.
122.
It's double 16.
Gage on the sixth
That
leg.
is some way
Mark
to nail the
Lawrence.
1-2-2. Triple 18, double 18, double 16.
Seventh and final leg is Mark McGeeney to throw
Showbiz
first.
shooting
Game
for
on.
Mark Lawrence.
I thought Mark Lawrence was following the dart on that last dart. And you can see that might have shook up McGeeney. He's a treble.
85.
He executes the treble. For Lawrence, how do you respond? Because the adrenaline will be zipping through him right now. It's about managing that. You can
85.
see from the facial mannerisms there. It's just about managing that right now. McGeeney looks solid, actually. McGeeney looks focused.
Well, you said Mark might be feeling a bit zippy, but has he put McGeeney in a
100.
bungle?
Where's George?
28.
By the way, we have to give credit to Owen Binks there because straight away he got the game shot call.
That was 68. Finish he needed after the treble 18. It was a dangerous thing to do, to be going anywhere near the double.
93.
Just keeps him interested in this leg. That treble 18 for McGeeney. Just a one treble visit here. You've seen him on the 19s on the last start.
59.
Chance to Lawrence. 2 treble visit required now.
134.
Executed perfectly.
160.
We've seen this 160 this week, Henry.
For the match, to win in style. Perfect
Game
style
shot on the match.
for Mark McGeeney.
Mark McGeeney.
The dance of a gladiator to get the better of Mark Lawrence. A 160 out to claim the points. And Mark McGeeney gets the win over Lawrence in the Battle of the Marks with a 90 average, 4 from 11 on the doubles, and to do it with a 160 as well. Absolutely quality. Talking about quality, Adam Lipscomb's been one of the quality players in the group, and he takes on Tony O'Shea after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I am joined by one half of Glenry to discuss what we've seen so far today. We're going to bring up the stats from our last match. We've been waiting for a player to put down a bit of a marker this morning, and Mark McGeeney with that 160 outshot in order to get over the line in that last leg decider. The first 90 average of the day as well. He's certainly done that there.
Yeah, I felt it was needed for the group as well. It was a slow start from all 6 players. I think the school report would say could do better than Mark McGeeney in that last leg. I just saw a real focus in his game. I think he realises he can win this group. He is the class act. He is the favourite with the bookies, and that 160 was beautifully executed.
Yeah, and do you think he'll have been sat backstage going, I think I'm the one that can really start to push on here because of the way he played yesterday, the way that he was able to find something. He's the one that's thinking, I can take this group by the scruff of the neck and get over the line.
He's got the CV there. I mean, it's, you know, if he plays well, let's be honest with you, he was 6 legs away from being a Pro Tour card holder. There was a, you know, there was some comeback from that. He struggled on Monday and Tuesday. I think he can see a bit of a winning line at the end now, and I just saw just something a little bit there he could kick on right now.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the table, because it is Adam Lipscomb who's up next. Of course, he still sat top of the table with 2 victories from 2 games played, taking on Tony O'Shea yet. Tony, something seemed to click in that last match against Darryl Fitton, just lost out in that last leg decider in the end. How much do you think that will affect him?
He doesn't usually show too much animation. I think there's a little bit of frustration there. Once again, I tipped him to do really well this morning, Tony. I just felt that them couple of days he had in Group A could really benefit him, like it has for Adam and Mark. There's still time. There's no need to panic. He's experienced. He knows what to do. But there's also the fear if Adam wins here and McGeeney wins here, there's going to be that separation in the group very early.
How do you think Adam will reflect on his day so far? Because the averages, the performances haven't set the world alight, but he is still 2 wins from 2. So how many positives do you take from that, even though you're not playing anywhere near your best?
Well, you're thinking to yourself, this is my C+ game, and I'm on 2 out of 2. So he'll be feeling really good, and I think he'll be really starting to believe in himself. I just got the feeling when I talked to him yesterday, he's a glass half empty type of player. I'd like to be in his corner to say, come on, look at the positives here. You're not playing great, but winning. Imagine if you start playing your A game, what's going to happen then?
Yeah, this one could be incredibly intriguing indeed. Let's tuck into it then. This man's going to run to the commentary box to join Henry Deacon.
Abby, thank you very much. And so Adam Lipscomb, the man who is 2 from 2 in the winning column, up against Tony O'Shea, who is 2 from 2 in the other segment. But can he get his first win now? O'Shea has tended to have actually played his best darts against the players who have been top of the table this week. He's done a bit of table topper toppling over the past couple of days.
Okay, first
Will he continue that trend against Lipscomb, who leads at the top of the table, well, admittedly, of course, early stages, by the odd leg on the legs difference. This gets us underway.
60.
Watched as attentively as ever by referee Owen Binks.
Owen
will be refereeing the morning session today, and then Charlie Corsafine will be back for tonight's action. Owen will then return in the daytime before we then have the return of Paul Hinks Friday and Saturday night.
55.
We have our star team of referees here at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have Marco Meyer. As a part of our excellent team here.
60. 95.
Glenn has joined me here in the commentary box. Big game, you sense this for O'Shea?
Massive.
60.
It has to happen. I think his chances are running out, and they're running out very quickly. I didn't expect him to be sat on play 2, 1-0 right this time, and he's up against
60.
someone who'll probably be feeling very, very good about himself. Yeah, it's no more chances for O'Shea. I think he needs the next 3 to win. It'll be hard to come back from that because only 2 go through from this group.
140, and you're 150.
Well, he'll know that. Treble 18, or you might even stay, yeah, for double 18.
140.
And I was just thinking for O'Shea there, he'd be thinking,
46.
what do I need to do? After 15 darts, he's left a 2-dart combo. He'll hate that. Oh, dear me.
28, and you require 36.
Players are getting chances.
But taking advantage of the opportunities is seemingly
18.
difficult, or so it's being proved so far today.
Interesting to see Tony just flexing his shoulders there. Maybe the 3 days that are taking it out on him. Do you know what I would do here? 7-1-1.
Game shot on the first
Double four's
leg.
been nice a lot of the players this
Tony
week, hasn't
O'Shea.
it? Certainly Johnny Haynes sort of probably won Group A because of his prowess on that double four. But Tony,
Second leg is Tony to throw first.
it was a breaker throw for
Game
Adam.
on.
That double nine, they were well thrown darts, so he shouldn't beat himself up too much. But like I said, today's word seems to be opportunity.
41.
All 6 of these players will be sat there. I've just seen Mark McGeeney there. He looks chipper. I think he realises now that this is the day.
140. $77.
Though according to the English dictionary, the word of the day is misanthrope or misanthrope, which is someone who hates people in general. So that's a
60.
nice cheery way to start your Thursday. Of course, you can get in contact with your questions
41.
and opinions by contacting us at MSS Darts to tag on all your tweets and comments. I'm at H_Deacon Media.
59.
Glenn is at Duzzer180.
Terry Down was the player against Jockey Wilson. It took about 60 seconds, so
85.
believe it or not, the message I'm getting most is rhymes with Vince Tipple. I've got a few to call out for his next game.
140.
But I don't mind what you send me, guys. I'm happy to discuss anything. Get yourself on Twitter, enjoy what you're watching. And also, let's have a little bit of interaction.
100. Adam, you record 102.
It's a double session here for me and Henry today. Double 18 again.
66.
He's enjoying bending wires in this
Tony
match.
157.
You might be wondering why people do that, and I've asked the questions because the
31.
transition from
Adam, you
darts
require
2 to 3
36.
means that you're staying at the top of the board. He's just going the other side. Last time he exactly that position again.
80.
That's unlucky.
Tony record
That is
126.
And 126 is all about the 19s. And certainly not the 7, Mr. O'Shea. And treble 10 I'd be looking at.
79. Adam,
It's
you
a
require
two-dart
18.
combination. 18's a double I hated. Because you're already thinking, especially now. Oh, this could go in. This could go in. This would sum Tony O'Shea's week
No
up.
score.
Thank you, Adam.
Tony required 47.
Ironically, that was a better miss inside than the miss inside on the 9, because at least he had a dart at the double with the final dart. O'Shea's going to get 2 at double 16. Now one last dart at
Game
double
shot on
8,
the second
which he
leg.
converts
Tony
to take a
O'Shea.
2-0 lead. Adam Lipscombe can't say he hasn't had his chances. He's had 11 goes at double, but the 11 has
Well,
not
against
been
Adam
heaven.
to throw
It's
first.
been hell
Game
for
on.
Lipscombe, and he finds himself in a darting purgatory, 2-0 down. But have a look at this. That's more like darts on the gods.
27.
127 to start the game there from Lipscombe.
The Hinks.
45. $60.
I want to see the averages in this game, and it's been a bit of an old school of myself. I always say if you just win your games. I even had a conversation with someone who said he'd rather lose
41.
with a 100 average than win with a 60. I find that baffling because it can sometimes just be the case of what you're seeing now, a match of
95.
missed doubles. I just wish sometimes it was just win or lose. I think the game of darts is now, I mean, here we are commentating on throwing your every stat going.
121.
But just learn to win. And I always believe the averages will look after themselves.
I honestly believe it's the only sport that is as transfixed by
45.
statistics. If you ask Pep Guardiola, he wins 1-0 tonight against Tottenham, and Tottenham have had 21 shots on target. We're not going to say we're
60.
Tottenham had 21 shots on target. He isn't going to be moaning about that. He's only had 1 shot on target. He'll be happy about the fact he's got a 1-0 win and still in the title race. Whereas in darts, it feels like a completely different complexion. Well, this could have a completely different
134.
complexion if Lipscomb can convert a double, as he's left tops after 15.
Yes, he's gone away from that double 18, double 9 route, which hasn't been very kind to him.
100. And we require 40.
He's bent more wires than a silversmith today. So tops here for Adam.
Game shown the third
That's what
leg.
it's all about in the
Adam
fist bump. I
Lipscomb.
like that. I really like his reaction to that double going in there. That wasn't a reaction of,
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
but this apologetic response there. This means I think he's thinking, my God, do you know I can get through to Saturday night? There's nothing I'm seeing in front of me
140.
that's going to stop. And why is Tony O'Shea shaking his head on 140? Because it's just the utter frustration of how the week has gone, Henry. That's all it is.
58.
He knows the game's there. And what I would do if I was throwing out just above the treble. That doesn't suit him there. But he sticks with it. Don't like
40.
it. Who am I to tell Tony O'Shea anything? He's the guy that got me to start travelling. I was never left Middlesbrough as a dart player. I remember Jamie Caven coming down and said, everybody knows who you are, Glenn, but you don't leave Middlesbrough. Tony O'Shea come. He said, you've been picked for England, Glenn. Now it's time to travel. I owe him an awful lot. That's better, O'Shea.
140.
How would you do a 180, Henry, if you were up there shouting?
81.
We're not going there, are we? I'll tell you what.
You know,
The next 180, I'll do one.
you know, we know, you know now as the screamer.
59.
That's the way you were introduced yesterday. So, how would you be up there, Henry? Can you? I mean, you're an unbelievable presenter,
58.
fantastic
Tony
commentator, great at
122.
production. Your interviews are great. If you were needed to multitask one more time and go and do Charlie and Owen's job, how would you do?
40.
Because I could be able to shout out.
I'll probably be able to give Owen and Charlie a new contract if I refereed up there.
100. Tony require 82.
82 for O'Shea for a 3-1 lead. Oh,
Nice.
plumbing the ball. Double 16.
Game shown
That's a
the fourth
fantastic
leg.
finish on Tony
Tony
O'Shea.
O'Shea.
That was superb from the silverback to open up a 3-1 lead. He's 3 from 5 on the
Fifth leg, it's Adam
doubles.
to throw first.
That
Game
part
on.
of his game has been absolutely brilliant. Lipscomb here, kicking off the leg with a 180!
A big tear at the end there. I think you're copying off Owen Binks.
140.
A big tear at the end was also Pup Dundas. Pup Dundas was a real 8-tear. Isn't that right, Charlie?
58.
That wasn't bad, that, Henry. Henry the multitasker.
Oh, I'm going to get
85.
I'm going to get codswallops for this, aren't I?
Odds walloped. Talking about words of the day.
77.
What's been voted the nicest word in the vocabulary? I think it's a lovely word.
I know a lot of people
55.
have objections to the word moist.
Please don't give Abigail anything. She doesn't need it.
58.
Stupendous.
Stupendous, I like that word. Got rhombus as well. You know, the shape. I like onomatopoeic.
Talking to an
57.
egger, don't explain. Don't have to tell me what a rhombus is.
I like onomatopoeic words.
I like tintinnabulation. I won a spelling quiz at school with that.
56. Tony Rook 164.
Come on, Tony O'Shea. We've seen a 160 from Mark McGeeney to win a leg. And the Stockport man at least set this up. Not looking good.
40.
Advantage Lipscomb on his darts. Double 12.
$48.
That just sums up Adam's match.
Tony require 124.
He's hit every single wire. That's possible on the doubles today. Could easily been 3-1 to Adam. The treble 18. What a way to finish.
99. Adam require 24.
Double 6. To keep
Range
his hopes
on the fifth
alive.
leg.
To keep
Adam
him in the
Lipscombe.
game. But it is O'Shea now who has the darts to complete a 4-2 success. To get his first win on the board. To
Tony to throw
inflict a first
Game on.
defeat upon Adam Lipscomb. And look how plumb that first dart is into the bed.
140.
Good point, Henry. And you could see the response from Tony on the second dart.
40.
We alluded to right at the beginning of this match that it was a must-win for Tony O'Shea. He's 3-2 up with his darts and 100 ahead, and sweet as a nut first dart. If he loses from here,
140.
for me, it would be the end of the road in Group C.
You say it'd be a bit of a
55.
discombobulation. But O'Shea here looks set fair to complete a 4-2 win.
57.
With Lipscomb back on 406, O'Shea down to a finish after 9. But Lipscomb, if he can pile in a max, will not find himself too far
140.
behind.
Tony 164.
6 darts and 164. He needs a treble.
60.
This game was in the bag. You'll see 19s come. Oh, will you?
140.
From absolutely nowhere,
Tony require
Adam Lipscomb is back in
104.
this leg of darts. Don't let panic set in, Mr. O'Shea. 104. Gets himself right on the hockey. Perfect dart. The double 12.
88. Adam require 126.
I did know it was double 16 there. I think the fat 12 put me off. Oh, my God. Bullseye from absolutely nowhere.
87.
A huge sigh of relief for Tony
Tony
O'Shea.
requires 16.
3 darts at double 8 for the silverback. For his first points of the day. Double 4's been kind.
12. Adam
Not
requires
on
39.
this occasion.
And so Lipscomb now double 9. He's had troubles here before,
Game show
but
the
it comes
sixth
up trumps when he needs it the
Adam
most.
Lipscomb.
That trusty handy double 18 has been a pesky friend for him today. And that conversion
Seventh
over
and
to
final,
double
it's
9
Adam to
has
throw
been
first.
just as treacherous. But
Game
when the
on.
darting terrain was just as lethal as it's been all day for Lipscomb, he manages to find a way to convert, to take us to the distance, to a
100.
decider. And from having no 4-3s in the opening 4 matches, we've now had 3 in succession.
100.
Very quickly, back to Twitter. Reese Keeble. Quick question. Aduza fell into a slump recently from
100.
55 to 60 average to 45 max. How do I get back in form? And I'm scared to play in the pub league tonight. Reese, I hate every word about that Twitter.
180.
Numbers, averages, the obsession I can't stand, and the fact that you're nervous about playing the pub tonight I don't like. Just enjoy the game, young man.
140.
Don't worry too much about averages. Learn to win. Averages will look after themselves. Much better leg here from the boys.
100. Adam require 161.
For a 12 darter and a champagne finish. Set up
90.
player once again.
Tony require 121.
Very, very makeable for the match, but not this time. That was a shank into the single one.
26. Adam requires 71.
Tony O'Shea, 71. He'd be looking at double 10 with 2 darts.
Game
And in a
shot
tail
of the
of missed
match,
doubles for Adam
Adam
Lipscomb.
Lipscomb.
He come good at the end. For Tony O'Shea, is at the end already for his chances in Group C. He was total favourite for that game for the majority of it. Just look at the averages and the checkouts there. 4 from 22 for Lipscomb, yet he still comes through. Is today the day for Adam Lipscomb? 3 out of 3 for now for Tony O'Shea. It's a long, long road ahead. Next up, Mark Lawrence, Vince Tipple. Back after the break.
So then Vince Tipple taking on Mark Lawrence in game number 8 of the day. Tipple losing out 4-1 in both of his opening games with averages around the 70 mark. His Tipple hasn't been a double this morning. Can the man playing here in Portsmouth for the first time get a win in this one against Mark Lawrence, who did well to force a decider in his last match? His opponent producing something superb, a 160 to complete a 15-dart leg to secure the points. Let's get into this one then and hand back to Deacon and Duzzer.
There's a real opportunity here for Mark Lawrence. He sat on 2 points after his opening 2 games. He can join Mark McGeeney in clear second place, and potential of a real separation in this group as Tony O'Shea and Vince Tipple have both sat on 0 points. And for Vince, obviously, it's getting them first 2 points could be just what he needs then to kick on from there.
Game on.
An interesting game, this one, and not sure how the bookies have got this one.
Bookmakers have Mark Lawrence at 4-5.
43.
Which I think represents a little bit of value here with Tipple 10-11. Would you have a little bit of a dabble
60.
on Tipple, or is the money with Mark?
Tipple. I'm going to take that website off you.
140.
But if you do fancy a tickle on Tipple, he needs to be finding the triple. Is that what you've just said?
134.
You're stealing my text messages. That's a nice message of my daughter. I'm booked up for Primrose Valley with my grandson.
125.
I used to like playing at the old Chelsea. I thought that was a fantastic holiday camp.
180.
180 there for Mark Lawrence. It's his first of the day. And that 10-11 of Vince Tipple.
45.
Gone out so far.
127.
It's a fast start from Mark Lawrence. For double 8. And after the 1-2-8.
Game shot the first leg.
And game.
Mark Lawrence.
From the Paul Hinks look-alike.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first.
So we've had the Henry 180. And there does a 1-2-7 in game. Which one was the best? Only one way to tell.
140.
There's only going to be one winner there, isn't there? The Hinks called by Binks.
100.
And that might have just been the settler for Lawrence, who beat Tony O'Shea in his first game. Then an improved performance against Mark McGeeney, but was on the other end of a 4-3 defeat. He brought the average up by the best part of 8 points. Averaging 84 in that second against McGeeney, 76 in his
62.
Opening win against the Silverback. These players both here courtesy of the World Seniors Tour.
180.
And showing why they're two of the finest products. A second max for Mark Lawrence in this match. 2 maximums, a 1-2-7 finish. This could be the blue touch paper lighting performance.
83.
Leaving 85 after 9, following a 12 darter in the opener. Sure, the unconventional 1-2-2 earlier on today. And now he's seeing some more unconventional play. And he's had to leave himself on 8-8 after 12.
He was averaging 131 at that point.
$140.
Super darts and Tipple.
16.
Continue with a staggering average right now. An average can plummet. We've had this conversation about averages.
No score.
But let me tell people who've done talk about 3 darts ago, Mark Lawrence was averaging 131. Now he's on a mere 109. That's my pet hate about averages. Miss doubles, hit doubles, averages will be better.
42.
That was a chance there from Tipple from nowhere. After all his good work.
Game shot on the second leg.
Put this away, and Julie does that. Mark Lawrence will be feeling rather good about himself. He shakes his head there because he knows something special was happening in that leg.
So look, it's Vince to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a little look at the averages. 107.36 for Lawrence. Albeit after 2 legs. It's a wonderful start. A sound foundation on a world to build. That was on my school report, that, Henry, when I left school.
140.
Enjoying this from Lawrence. At 12-1 this morning, he was my value bet. He's just beginning to enjoy. I'm just looking at his Super League averages right now.
60.
He's playing for Frickley Cricket Club, and he's played 5-1-5, so he's still keeping in the game. Very tough opponent.
Whoa!
And his third of the match.
180.
And his average has gone up to 117. Tipple's playing his best of the day. There's absolutely no way he's hadn't had a dart or a double
140.
Yet. We've been waiting for a quality match today, and this would appear to be it. Every dart is thrown with passion and desire. Look at his face when he lets go.
43.
Well, that's the first real low score of this game, and it may give Vince a first glimpse if he can whack in a couple of trebles.
Yes, Vince has been minced here, and it's Lawrence for the Della. Set that up nicely.
98.
This is good stuff from Mark Lawrence. Perfect dart for Vince.
121. Mark, you require 40.
To continue this staggering average, we've seen something pretty special yesterday from Johnny Haynes.
35.
But 3 darts like that can ruin everything.
Require 58.
And now barely over the 104 average now. And it's tops for Tipple.
Game show on the
That's
third
what it's all
leg.
about. He's just beginning
Vince
to settle
Tipple.
in. I know he's sat on 0 points, but he hasn't been sulking. He hasn't been moping. Shoulders haven't gone down.
Fourth leg, it's
I think
Mark.
he's enjoying the experience,
Game
and
on.
a lot of these players will benefit after a few games. But just when you think that
140.
with an opportunity, you look up and see 2 perfect treble 20s from the Nitro.
You must be thinking, when are you going to give me a chance? When are you going to give me some breathing space?
45.
Because Tipple himself is averaging 82, which, in fairness, in most matches today would have given more than a fair chance. But Mark Lawrence here is playing darts beyond what
97.
anything we've seen in this group so far. Well, he's currently averaging 16 points above the highest average we've seen today.
60.
I've just been looking at his last seniors at the World Qualifiers. He played his good friend Martin Turner in the last 64, and just losing
100.
5-4 in that one. And he averaged 90 that day in defeat. So the game's there for Lawrence. I thought it was quite a open price at 12-1, but it's not often they get the
45.
odds wrong with
Mark,
making
164.
McGeeney a heavy favourite.
$60. $96. Mark, you reckon 104.
To keep up with this average, lots of options on there, but he's gone the traditional 20s route. The tops.
66.
And if that had gone in, he'd have been going into his, hopefully his last leg, still averaging well over 100. That's the perfect marker. Ideally would have gone down for the 19s there, but it
38.
was very inviting. And once again, options, he's gone straight for it. To leave double one.
Game show on the fourth leg.
And any time
Mark
I'm doing
Lawrence.
coaching, I said, don't be afraid to widen that target of 3 and 17. As double one is still the same size as double 8.
Fifth leg, it's Vince to throw first. Game on.
Just gone under the 100 average mark for the first time here, but he'd be absolutely delighted, will Mark Lawrence, and put him on 4 points alongside Mark McGeeney, who's up next
27.
against Darryl Fitton.
$41.
That's why when you see these averages that the pros are hitting of over 100, you know, for 20, 30 legs of darts, so tough to do.
41.
I have the privilege of sitting here with every number, every stat in front of me, and just one bad score, and you can see the averages plummet.
81.
He sticks his tongue out to me there. Mr. Mannerism.
77.
Every facial mannerism. Moment. Don't panic.
Don't worry.
190.
Be happy. Hit a maxi.
$43.
The power pack clearly shows the big difference in the scoring power. It's all in the 180s. They match each other on the other areas. Tons and ton 40s. But the 180s here from Lawrence.
133.
The treble 13 there. If he'd gone down for the 19s, it would have left a 2-dart combination. But he's so far ahead, he can sort of just play around with his finish a little.
81. Mark, your requires
He
66.
has options and he has time on this 66 to complete a whip-roaring performance. 1 dart at tops is
Game
all
shot
Mark
on the
Lawrence needs
match.
to
Mark
round off a
Lawrence.
superb performance. A 4-1 victor against Vince Tipple with an average of 98.68. He hit 4 maximums in that match, including a 1-2-7 checkout. He gets the better of Tipple with the performance of the day so far. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be the Dazzler against the Gladiator. It's Fitton against McGeeney.
So then, Daryl Fitton taking on Mark McGeeney in our next match. The Gladiator putting in the first average above 90 today, putting down a bit of a marker with a superb 160 checkout to come through in a decider in his last match. The Dazzler also came through in a decider to get the better of his good friend Tony O'Shea a little while ago. Can McGeeney keep his unbeaten run going and make it 3 from 3 in Group C? Let's find out, shall we? And hand back to the commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. When we spoke to Mark McGeeney last night, he said, does this mean I play in the morning with Darryl Fitton? We said, absolutely, when get in there. Big fan, teammates, playing the same local leagues together, alongside Tony O'Shea and Nathan Aspinall. I did sort of say yesterday that they all played in the same team, but when I spoke with Tony yesterday, they played for 3 separate teams, but all in the same there. So surely they've played them lots of times in the BDO WDF system. Just check my records there. And played each other 0 times.
Okay,
so
first leg, it's Daryl.
I guess the only time they've played is local league, local competitions maybe, but nothing ever in a major or an open tournament. So, but they'll know each other's game inside out, Henry.
Absolutely, they would know each other from local level, know each other from tournament level. And it is a surprise that they haven't met each other. When we had a look at the stats before getting underway, it has a feel of a game that we would have seen at Lakeside before, at one of the other big BDO tournaments back in the day. Has a feel of a big name clash.
I was surprised when I looked there.
Daryl, a bit like Tony, is one of those players that transfix that era of BDO darts, kind of between around about 2007 to maybe around towards the time when you came to prominence within that side of the system.
Yeah, certainly for Fitton anyway. McGeeney was more.
Hey,
I remember seeing Mark McGeeney first time, Henry, in an ice rink in Hull. World Masters, I thought, we've got to play some right across the world, Asia, America, North America, and here we are in Hull on the ice rink, and I just thought, this is, you know, the venue could be better. And I could hear this screaming and shouting from what I thought was a local player. I think Mark's was Coventry area. I know he's sort of obviously moved on various places since then. And he was unbelievable. Yeah, he was fantastic that day. And that's the first time I've come across him. And like I said, it did reach the BDO #1. And let's be honest with you, he should be announced now as a Lakeside champion. What could have been? Shared a room with McGeeney in Turkey, representing England.
180.
That's all he did day in, day out. Played pairs with Scott Mitchell. They were absolutely fantastic. And Mitchell did all the scoring. He said, I used to just leave McGeeney one dart or a double.
139. Mike required 80.
And I said, I had my partner myself once called Martin Atkins. I did the scoring. He did the finishing. And it's going to be topsy for McGeeney. Been dropping low on this.
Game shown the first leg.
Just adjust it very nicely. Fitton walks back to his refreshments for McGeeney. Are you seeing a different person, Henry, to what we saw Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
The fresh start has given him fresh hope, which has given him a fresh initiative in... Like we mentioned yesterday, I think maybe just getting back onto zero was probably the best thing for him, because he can then just start again. It's been well documented what happened over the last few days, but to a certain extent as well now for McGeeney. He mentioned to me at the start of the day, this is day 11 in a row as Fitton kicks off leg 2 with a maximum. Now he's kind of coming towards the final sprint in this darting marathon for himself, and sometimes you can just find a second wind as a consequence of it, and this is hotting up to be an impressive encounter. 180, 180.
Look at the averages in this game.
$57.
102. Well, that's now dropped down dramatically. That's how good the play's been to that point. That he's dropped down a number of points. So 96 plays 111. And the 111 of McGeeney could well be rising.
100.
This is quality. No.
118.
It's good stuff, Henry.
121.
Maybe just what this competition needed. I think Mark Lawrence was absolutely outstanding. Has he inspired the rest of the players to kick onto their A game?
57.
Nice set of play from McGeeney.
46.
2 options, treble 20, treble 18, or 2 treble 19s.
So McGeeney is going to return for the
58.
64 to open up. 2-leg buffer to back the break in. The opening leg up with a hold. We'll now be looking for back-to-back 15s. He's going to get 1 dart, a double 16 to do exactly that.
48.
But he just moves it inside.
88.
You may see the bull come in. It's double 7 again. Just double checking with the ref.
74.
A couple of opportunities at double 7, but the one time he hit it, he was actually got with double 19. Chance for McGeeney. He wasn't getting these opportunities and chances on Monday. Things were going against him. He even changed his dart halfway through Monday.
Game shown the second leg.
What a dart that is. And when you're looking for killer darts and ones that really hurt your opponent, Henry, when they go in with the last dart, it's like a knife through the heart.
It's Darryl to throw first.
And that second dart wasn't exactly a bad one at all for McGeeney, because it just gave him that little bit of wiggle room that he could almost crash it off the barrel of it and then find a way into the bed, which was kind of almost what he did really in the end.
85.
Yeah, good spot. Perfect dart for him. Now it's about weight management. And that bit of a lobber, isn't it?
85.
He lost a lot of weight, Henry did, Mark McGeeney. 5, 6 stone. I meant to say to him his fighting weight, because he looked really thin the year he had his struggles
57.
at the Pro Tour and his last year on the PDC, and he was adamant it wasn't about the weight loss. And when you look at people like Luke Humphreys, who've just really kicked on when they've got super fit with themselves, it was just so drastic with Mark. It was
121.
And Mark was never fat. It was just all, I know it sounds stupid, it was just all in the belly. He's always been super fit, and he used to love his combat sport. But now, now he's looking a lot more fitter in himself. I was surprised to see him playing a World Seniors qualifier in
83.
November. Didn't realise he was 50-year-old. We're just seeing there, imagine how dangerous he would be at the seniors.
Be a contender if he qualifies. He could be a contender this week. He will be if he keeps hitting big scores like that. That was almost his third maximum of the match. He's actually hit more maximums than he has 140s. That was his first of the match.
99. Darryl, Mark, you're 155.
If we put it into context, Mark's hit 2 180s in this game. For 2 days and 2 games, he hit 1 maximum. He hit a couple late yesterday. He's had a couple today.
59.
I always say if he could just get his scoring boots on, I always fancy him for a double. There you go for treble 19.
99. Mark, you're 196.
Both players on 2 dart combos. I don't think Mark's a double-double type of player. It's double 8.
Game shot the third.
Finish that as what a difference.
McGeeney.
What a different player we're looking at. And this is what the MODUS Super Series can do. My fellow co-commentator's seen it all. He doesn't need me to tell him how many players have not performed the best in Group A and then suddenly gone into Group B or C and started to show what they're made of, and then gone on Saturday night and peaked at the right moment. Darts is all about timing. And Mark McGeeney is clockwise at the moment.
And the thing is, it feels like McGeeney can just comfortably play at this level. It's like a cruise control setting once he finds this level. But he may have to keep at this level because Fitton himself hasn't played too bad himself, but has only been afforded the one opportunity at the doubles. His scoring's been okay, but McGeeney's just been able to find that big killer visit when it's mattered. And that's kind of been the key difference in this match, because if you actually look at the legs that McGeeney has won in this game, in the last leg, Fitton found himself on 78. In the leg before, Fitton had a dart at double 7. And in the first leg, Fitton was sat on 64 and didn't get a poke. So Fitton's been in and around, but it's been that one big score leg more for McGeeney, which has afforded him the opportunities. And the fact that he's 3 out of 6 on the doubles means that he's only needing the one visit at the board to get the job done.
Nice to see Matthew Edgar still bullying me from his home. Nice to see Does' tips are consistent again. Someone said, I think Glenn is working for the bookies.
135.
What I've said to anyone, whenever I recommend, just go against the opposite. Jacob Cooksey watching for my bets, so might as well pound you again, Glenn. Which of the recent players 55. To lose their tour card are you most excited to see in the series? Also, when will my invite arrive? Jacob Cooksey. Jacob Cooksey did really well in the COVID competitions, you know, the online stuff. He was absolutely doing wonderful things there. John Henderson would be great to see here. Surprised he didn't get his card. There was a wonderful email, there was a wonderful tweet this week, wasn't there? There was about 16 players that we could hopefully see. Scott Mitchell, I think he would do some damage here. But there's a commentator and a player. I think he's playing as well as ever. I think that's pretty much as caught up with the messages there, so keep them coming.
17.
It's nice to chat about them things. Afternoon, both. If I give you a £10 free bet, do you think Phil Taylor will average 100 at the World Series, Henry?
I think he'd be around the mid-90s. Over that long distance now, a ton. Don't write the great man off, but it could be a bit difficult. Don't write this great man off either, because Fitton wants double 16 to get a leg back. Now that might be a little bit awkward.
No score.
There were 3 well-thrown darts. Neither could find the intended target. So McGeeney for a 4-0 success and to continue his glistening form on Thursday. Tops for McGeeney.
80. Darryl required 32.
Well, Darryl's put his markers in on this double 16. The game is about millimetres. And once again, he's just peppering that wire. And the fear now is he'll overcompensate and go into the fat 16.
No score.
6 darts thrown a double 16.
Marker required
6
20.
wires bent. Mark McGeeney, 0 luck this week. And now he's getting the opportunities because that's a beautiful marker. Just to move over the hockey just a touch. And pummels that double 10. And quite embarrassingly, shakes his hand because of the respect he has for Daryl Fitton. A real mentor for him, but that's a big, big win. You've got to think of yourself in these moments, Mark McGeeney. It's been a tough couple of weeks for you, from the disappointment of Q-Skill, the disappointment of Group A. But a 4-0 victory feels absolutely fantastic for him at this stage. 4 from 9 on the outer ring. Just look at Daryl Fitton, 0 from 8. All to play for still. Next up, it's the battle of the zeros. It's Tony O'Shea versus Vince Tipple. Back after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
and you could be here on Saturday night. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. But back here in Group C, Mark McGeeney, well, he said he was looking forward to being in the same group as Darryl Fitton, and after that last match, I think it's fair to say he'll have enjoyed playing him as well. A convincing 4-0 victory means he has now won all 3 of his games so far in Group C. We're going to have a little look at the league standings to show you how that puts things at this moment in time. It is Mark McGeeney who's now sat top of the league standings. Adam Lipscomb, of course, has won all 3 of his matches as well, but it's McGeeney who has the superior leg difference following that 4-0 whitewash defeat. Next up, we've got Tony O'Shea up against Vince Tipple. As you can see, the 2 players looking for their first victory. It looked like O'Shea was going to record that first win, didn't it, in his last match? He had a 3-1 lead on Adam Lipscomb, but then surrendered that and looked quite frustrated as he left the oche. As for Vince, well, just as he was walking up onto the stage, you could hear him saying to himself, come on, Vince, just have a good game, put in a good performance. So let's see whether he's going to do just that.
Thank you, Abby. 14 points is usually the guaranteed to sort of get through. Hard to dislodge anywhere. So if you work it out from here, they're both on 3 losses. If they win the remaining 2 games of the day and go 5 out of 5 tomorrow, that could be the 14 points that they require. The conclusion of what I'm trying to say now, you must win this game, boys. If you lose this game, it's going to be very, very difficult to qualify from there. It's as simple as that. The bookies have Tony O'Shea as a red-hot favourite. And as Abby said, we could see Vince in. Come on, Vince, let's have a good game from you. And what that tells me, you're putting added pressure on yourself. He does look fairly relaxed.
Okay, first leg, it's Tony to throw first.
He's thrown good stuff at good times. You come up against an incredible Mark Lawrence there. We'll probably feel why me a little bit. Must-win game. Over to you, boys.
60.
Now, the bookmakers from the off had O'Shea as a 2-5 favourite. Vince Tipple was worth a double
28.
at 7-4. Now, as you can see on the back of Vince's shirt, he has a little moniker on the bottom of it called
100.
Certecito. That means swift and sure, and that goes back to his military days, his army days. On the back of his shirt as well is actually the logo of the unit he was in the army,
60.
which was the Royal Corps of Signals. Now, they are based at Blandford Camp in Dorset, and it's a combat support arms of the British Army.
96.
They're one of the signal units which are among the first into action, providing the battlefield communications and information systems which are essential to all operations in the British Army. They were founded
97.
in 1920 and marched for HRH, the Princess Royal.
58.
That's what you call homework. Might try and have a chat with him after this.
60.
But if he's played 5, lost 5, I might leave it till in the morning.
$59.
Tony's had 3 disappointing days already now, looking at the 4th day. Even as optimistic and upbeat as Tony O'Shea is, it's got to hit you hard at some point.
81. Tony Rock 128.
Only 2 wins. Who was his final game against? Mark McGeeney, which hasn't been great against Mark this week.
40.
Tipple 175. It's not a gimme for Tony. So 1 treble here. I would go down the 19s at this point.
137.
Fantastic
Tony
setup
Rock
from Vince
88.
Tipple. Treble 17. Just a little
36.
bit scruffy, Henry.
Vince
Just
required
even where the
38.
angle of them darts are going in. They look tired darts. 3 or a 17 for double 8.
30.
Just bends the wire
Tony
there.
require 52.
O'Shea, them shoulders seem to be seeping. Double 16 would lift them up again. Double 8.
36. Vince, you require 8.
Sometimes it's just days where you just struggle to get things going, and maybe it's beginning to become the case for O'Shea, as Tipple now wants double 4.
No score. Tony requires
But O'Shea's going to come back for another chance as Vince slips into the single 13. That was unlucky for him.
Game
But O'Shea will take full advantage of the reprieve
Tony O'Shea
to lead by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Vince to throw first.
Said it a couple of
Game
times
on.
this week that Tony doesn't often show much emotion. He might be 1-0 up here. He's just showing signs of being a very frustrated and disappointed man right now. I think, like me,
41.
I think he thought this morning, today's the day. And for Adam and for McGeeney, it's been exactly that. The 3 days have really benefited them too.
130.
That's what O'Shea's got in his locker. For me, it's just about focus right now for him. I'm sure his mind's a bit of a cesspit right now. He'll be frustrated.
58.
But it's not over yet. 14 points. That does mean it's a tough task of 7 wins on the spin. Especially when you've only had the wins he's had so far of 4.
36.
You've got to remain positive.
Well, the Silverback's got to make sure his head doesn't become a jungle.
41.
His brain will be gorillas in the mist at the moment. Frustration.
60.
Nice start from Tipple.
140.
So much better. And usually the case when you've banged in a 140.
140.
And why is Tony reacting like that? Because where have you been? And for the first time, I mean, a couple of times today, Tony is his shoulders, his back, his arm.
81. Tony, 130.
I said to him yesterday, you look as fit as ever. He said he lost a lot of weight during lockdown.
40.
I know exactly how you feel
Did you
with your
require
bones
140.
when you become a senior. You'll stay there. And out of nowhere, double 10 for Tipple.
120. Tony required 90.
I know it's been a long day, but I've just realised why his nickname is Invincible.
74.
It's been
Did
a
you
long week,
require
guys.
20?
So just realised the Vince. I'm loving the patch there, the World Seniors.
$10. Tony requires 16.
Tony O'Shea's, why am I getting all my luck in one leg? Come on, Tony, he says.
Game shot in the second leg. Tony O'Shea.
And a shake of the head. There's not an awful lot you can be saying about the quality from both these guys right now, but it's 2-0 O'Shea.
It's Tony to throw first.
He doesn't need to tell
Game
me
on.
that's all he needs to focus on right now. Just get a couple of wins under your belt. And do a McGeeney. Do a Lipscombe.
59.
Come back fighting tomorrow. $85.
Coming up after this, we're going to see McGeeney up against Lipscomb. I think that could well be the game
44.
of the day. And them two are playing at a real good level.
One of them are going to end up the day top of the league. 2 to go through. But Mark Lawrence after that.
100.
I mean, he was averaging 131 going into the third leg. He was averaging 110 going to the last leg. A massive wow from O'Shea. And I think
81.
that first dart and second dart is the story of this week. And that word is inconsistency. The week for me has been very enjoyable, but littered with missed doubles.
123.
Well, for the Silverback, there's been times where he's been playing with rhinestone eyes, but there's also been other points where he's been on Melancholy Hill. That's going to be Tipple that stops him from getting on the hill in this particular leg. Just advancing closer towards the finish now.
125.
Advancing himself closer to a first leg of this match. Been attritional at times between this pair, but Tipple's been the one who's looked most likely as if he can just find a level above. Double 16 for a 15 to bring it back to 2-1, but he's going to get the luxury of time because O'Shea is back on 2-2-9.
See the 19s come.
43.
Even
Which
that is
requires
hard
32.
work for Tony. This is a leg he'll want to forget. He'll probably actually want Vince to hit this. I can assure you Vince wasn't missing these doubles when he walloped me at Q-Skill.
24.
His highest ever average to beat me. Oh, just my luck that day, wasn't it? I'm checking the stats. How come you looking at ADC?
Which require 8.
ACDC.
Game shot on the
Right
third
in the corner of the double 4.
Vince Tipple.
It's Vince Tipple who takes the third leg. It's a tough watch, but they both keep smiling.
Fourth leg, it's Vince to throw first. Game on.
I just love watching players. I don't think in 20 years I played darts I ever watched a game in my life. Just to concentrate my own and just go back to the hotel, just sitting with watching them up close and personal. Some of the facial mannerism are hilarious.
100.
Tipple is just beginning to up it here. We said that he's showing signs that he can just lift the standard in this match. That's a better visit from O'Shea. It's a case that sometimes styles make fights and sometimes the styles just don't suit each other, and it's just not quite got going yet here.
85. $140.
So Tipple to bring this game back to 2-2.
Require 80.
Wants this 80. 2 darts, a double 10.
Game
That's much better. Prior to that,
Tipple.
he was just 1 from 14 on the outer ring.
It's a case of where did that come from?
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I think physically and mentally Tony's affected. Look at that dart, Henry.
39.
He's messing with his hand, and if it was shoulders, elbow.
85.
Those 5 days on the hockey, when you get into your 60s.
140.
I think he's feeling the pain. He's dropping that arm now.
We've missed it for the last couple of days, but shall we return the tungsten teaser?
Let's do it.
I know the gallery really are pleased to see its return.
The crowds have gone wild.
100.
So come on then, hit me with it.
So today's tungsten teaser is this. Who did Tony O'Shea play in his World Championship debut match. I'll give you a clue.
100.
He played at the Super Series last week. The Tungsten Teaser, who did Tony O'Shea play
72.
in his BDO World Championship debut?
I can't remember Manley playing in the... Was that the week before? Was it Matt Clark, maybe?
All will be revealed in a few games' time.
82. Tony record 150.
Oh, another one of them. Moved across for the 18s.
82.
Without the advice, I would have gone course stomper. Don't know why. When you were reading the question out, treble 18 or bull. What's the 76? Was it double? Well, I think it was.
58.
Good setup with the last start.
Tony record 68.
68. Everything's so much hard work, but he's going to get a dart either tops or 16s. It's 16s this time.
52. Vince required 36.
Frustration on his face. Vince Tipple to go one leg away.
Game shown the 5th leg.
Right in the middle.
Vince Tipple.
He had a disastrous checkout record at the beginning, but 3 on the spin there now. 3 from 16 for Vince.
6th leg is
Tony's
Vince
actually doing
to throw
fine on the
first.
outer ring.
Game
He's just
on.
getting down to it. No 180s for Tony in this one. And the power pack is certainly with Vince.
It's been a seismic change in fortunes here. Well, Tipple's changed the tungsten tide, hasn't he?
58.
Any predictions for the year in PDC this year? Anything? Are we going to have
60.
another Ross Smith winner? Or are they going to be the top 4 winning the big titles? Is Josh Rock going to continue with his phenomenal?
35.
I think we're going to see the two Michaels sling it out in a lot of finals this year. I think the match play, they could meet in the final. Pretty much all the big events. I would not be surprised if they make both of them make the finals on the majority of events this year. I think we're seeing a Federer and Nadal-esque rivalry begin to emerge in this sport between
100.
Messrs. Smith and Van Gerwen.
Part of our production team, Paul Starr, told me to have a look at Gerwin Price from October onwards. Absolutely rubbish.
43.
I staked my reputation on Gerwin Price to win the Worlds this year. Matt Edgar sat there and said it was going to be a Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen final.
81.
It makes you feel better. I predicted that as well.
I think Price in his A game can match Van Gerwen. Smith looks unbelievable at the moment, but I'm just wondering who'll come through the pack. I'm a massive fan of Damon Heta. Just transferring that floor
82.
to the TV. We could see him. He's working so hard. Just been in America with Devon Peterson and Danny Baggish. And he's put a tweet out today saying he's relishing the start of the season.
47.
This is hard work for Tony right now. Tipple's got to grab this opportunity. He looks the better player right now. Averages confirm that.
91.
And that last start will feel really good. You're wondering why I'm saying that. Tony's dropping so low. So
58.
sometimes that can be the point of release, but usually you're just not feeling it, the tension. He just looks very tired, does Tony. I don't mean tired as in asleep. It's just his body is beginning to tell him it's beginning to ache.
22.
And maybe just coming in fresh today might have been a better idea. But treble 18 to shut me up. Is that in for Bull?
97.
Once again,
Vince
at
require
25, the
40.
times people have wanted that. But Vince Tipple, for his first 2 points in the MODUS Super Series.
No score.
When you have the chances,
Tony
when you have the
25.
opportunities, you have to take them. And O'Shea with his mouth open for 25.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Once again,
Tony
we
O'Shea.
go all the way.
Seventh and final leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
That's our 4th game today. That has gone all the way.
100.
This is probably the worst that Tony feels about himself. And it's probably potentially the game he's going to come off as a victor. Talking to him yesterday, he had high expectations. Great camaraderie. They all sat together yesterday after the competition. Neil Duff, Terry Jenkins was in great form. Johnny Haynes was
100.
on his way back home to Swindon. Very, very happy with his day's work. And Adam Lipscombe was going back. I think he's the kind of guy who's probably watched a couple of his games yesterday. He's learning all the way.
123.
Pretty fed up right now.
Well, the more frustrating thing be how well he played yesterday, because at times he was imperious. Those are imperious starts. But yesterday, the standard, and we said it on air, that it was absolutely brilliant from all 6 players. But just not quite happened today.
96. Tony Rook, 161.
I like games like this, you know, it's just where, you know, where they're all fighting with each other, fighting with themselves. I mean, that is, you know, you've got the game in the palm of your hands. And then you pull out a treble 19 like that. For me, this has everything.
$102 for the match for O'Shea.
97. Tony Rook, 102.
Absolutely nothing to separate them. But it's Tony who's thrown first. We'll go back to the treble 20 bed to leave double 4.
Require 104.
Vince Tipple, you got one chance. And you haven't taken it, sir.
And so O'Shea to get on the board
Tony
at the 4th time of trying on double 4. Now 2s. Never lose. And it helps the Silverback towards victory against Tipple in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And so Tony O'Shea picks up his first points of the group, courtesy of a 4-3 success against Tipple. It wasn't exactly a classic match, but it was one that O'Shea got over the line in nonetheless. So an important victory for him. And then after the break, we're going to see Mark McGeeney, who has looked impressive today. He takes on Adam Lipscombe. Join us for that after this short break.
Mark McGeeney against Adam Lipscomb is up next, and someone's O has got to go. The Gladiators performed very well indeed over the course of the day, and with a more positive mindset will fancy his chances of extending this run against Adam Lipscomb. 81, his highest average of the day. He's not set the world alight yet, but he has still managed to record 3 successive victories. McGeeney probably the favourite, and he leads the head-to-head for this week by 2 matches to 1. In terms of the teaser, guys, I'm going to offer the initials CM.
You may be right, but who did Tony O'Shea play on his debut at Lakeside? We've gone for the bottom of the table clash of Tipple versus O'Shea. For the top of the table clash, you must feel whoever wins this game will be back in their hotel room later on today as
first leg, it's
the table topper.
First.
All to play for. Looking forward to this one. And as Abby said, they've played each other 3 times already. I think this is the most important game out of the 3 so far.
140.
It's 2-1 to McGeeney so far. He just seems to have the eye of the tiger right now. Adam hasn't played wonderful today, but he's 3 out of 3. I need to snapped your hands off this morning walking into this game for that. I just see a different McGeeney right now. How do you assess it, Henry?
He looks fresh, he looks happy, and he just looks so in control of his game.
I think them 3 darts are really key. He couldn't buy a 180 for 2.5 days this week. He was slumped, his shoulders were down. We were watching his mannerisms and his demeanour, and it was negative. I'm just seeing positives now.
60.
He's thrown a dart now.
Spoke about that release, didn't we, on Tuesday? And when he released it a bit,
97.
the proper purchase and follow through, that was when his best darts tend to come. And we maybe have a look at that in the next leg, as he wants 1-2-1 here after 9. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye with Lipscomb back on 207.
57.
And after 12 to leave 64, he'd have taken that before throwing his first dart.
100.
It's a lovely dart, just to keep him interested.
But here's McGeeney here of the 64 to take the opening leg. And the way he's been playing today, you expect this double 16 to go.
48.
That does a prediction there from the Deacon. 107. See, minimum a big 20. Minimum. Just go above the treble. And I'm going to show you with nerves,
16.
anxiety in your body with the first leg that will drop in. But don't miss the big 20, because Mark McGeeney won't miss the double 8. And in this top of the table clash, it's McGeeney that takes the early spoils.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Needed by a leg to 0 against Lipscomb. Just a reminder of where the land lies in this Group C table. Both players on 6 points. Both picking up victories in their first 3 games. So someone's O's got to go in this one. Both will feel if they can win, they'll put themselves in a fantastic position to go on and progress through to tomorrow night. Just going back to the Tungsten teaser. Congratulations to Mark Stapleton and Adam Livingston for getting the correct answer. We should also say well done to James Hurrell, the WDF #1, who is tuning into the coverage this afternoon, has sent us a message. He's got the correct answer. We will tell you who the correct answer is when O'Shea takes on McGeeney in a couple of matches' time.
100.
This is better from Adam. Very consistent. He's not turning them hundreds into 140s is probably his next bit, but a very acceptable start, averaging exactly 90.
100.
McGeeney's just with that has also gone over the 90 average. Quality affair. Top of the table clash. Something that we really expected with these two.
But again, McGeeney's kind of playing around that 91 level, which we've kind of now seen from him for the vast parts of the day. We're kind of coming to expect from him in this competition now.
think what I didn't expect was that 45 at that point, because that's when he could really punish you. Very upright is Adam.
59.
All about time in darts. 140. Something would be nice for McGeeney here, but that
40.
is not what the doctor ordered. Lipscombe will be feeling right good. He's gone downstairs to leave 88.
88.
He freely admits this is the area he can improve on. He'll stay there, or he should stay there, sorry. Yep. And what I'd like to say there is when he throws 3 darts, it probably takes him 3 seconds. That took him about 7 seconds, so he was having to stop, reset, ask the referee what he needs. But he knows. He said to me afterwards, me doubles, isn't it? Me finishing.
100. Enemy required 56.
That'll all come with experience. 2 darts at tops.
46.
And I don't expect
Marker
McGeeney to miss
58.
this. Which means one thing, Henry. I can hear Edgar cackling.
Game shown the second leg.
Doesn't know his stuff.
Even a broken clock's right side today.
That's good.
So it gets marked to throw
pinching that one.
Game on.
I've got Corin Hammond coming in on Saturday night. I'll be adding that one to my list of abuse. Can't wait for the final Saturday night. Be absolutely wonderful if you'd come and join us. Some fantastic personalities, some real big legends, most important, some wonderful darts. And the tickets are free. Dartshop.tv. Come and join us. Come and make that night extra special. Final week next week. Whetting the appetite of some of the players I've been told who are coming next week. And then
60.
I'll be back to commentate on finals week. And I can't wait. My first one, Henry.
Oh, it's a great occasion, Glenn, where we're going to see some of the top players on the Super Series do battle. But we're going to etch our 11th name this week. Then week 12 will conclude the lineup for the process. Will Mark McGeeney be the name from week 11 that goes through to the red carpet occasion?
Is Raymond Smith still in the country, or did he go back to Australia?
He's back in Australia, I believe. Came here, I believe, for the month, wasn't it? He came here to play in this, had a bit of time somewhere before then playing at the
100
World Championships.
He'll take some beating. Top draw.
Player that if he did want to have a go at Q School, I would have had no doubts about winning his card.
Did he not go? I just assumed he'd had a bad Q School. Treble 19 for double 12.
117.
I nearly had my I can't speak ready there. Mark Lawrence finishes this week. Today, 127, 122, 120. McGeeney with a 160. Mark Lawrence with a 124. Massive finishes from Lawrence. Double 6. Good marker.
12.
That's what was happening this week. I fully expected that to go in. Unexpected opportunity for Lipscombe. Take it, young man.
One left. How nice a lie is it? It looked as if he had to move across. It wasn't kind.
12. Game shown the third.
And McGeeney now takes the double 6 to open up a 3-1 lead. Or 3-0 lead, should I say. My apologies.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Right, and next up after this, we're going to see Mark Lawrence against Daryl Fitton. Lawrence perhaps the one at the minute looking the most likely to dislodge these two. But McGeeney is just looking imperious every single move and every single juncture.
95.
McGeeney might be also looking at the fact that he's got Tony O'Shea next. Tony doesn't look 100% in himself at the moment.
42.
So to go 5 from 5, you're then looking just at 2 wins tomorrow. One game at a time. Perfect dart for him.
140.
This is pretty emphatic right now for McGeeney, and I'm absolutely delighted for him.
45.
Lipscombe might just have to put this game to bed. It'll be a huge final game of the day for him. I don't see McGeeney missing too much from here. Runner of the max.
140.
You sort of get quite protective of players when you sit here, don't you, Henry? You know, you see them through the troubles they've had of the week.
Mark,
So to see Mark playing well. He doesn't need to go down the 19s, but he will. He'll stay there. And for 88, we're looking at treble 20 or treble 16.
54.
Fairly good setup for Adam. 2 trebles minimum. We go back to the 20s because that would leave a 2-dart combination, but it's just
requires
the treble 1, which is music to Mark's ears for 72. Let's go treble 20 on 72 does Mark, and he's been on this double 6 bed already. The double 3.
66.
The winning double I had to beat McGeeney in the 2018 Lakeside, but like Uncle Albert, I never talk about it. Big fat 17 and tops from nowhere.
97.
That would have been some Hail Mary
Mark
recovery for
requires
Lipscomb,
6.
but it is McGeeney on the double 3 to win 4-0. To make it 4-0, his record for the day. Just a bit higher, just a nudge above.
No score.
But he couldn't quite get it
20.
just further up enough.
It's a bit like play your cards right in here then.
Inch on the 4th leg.
Double 10 there to
Adam Lipscombe.
Adam Lipscombe. And it's 3-1 just when McGeeney was beginning to think. That was a very comprehensive victory. Penny for your thoughts now, Mark McGeeney.
First. Game on.
I'll be honest, that sounded more like Chris Tarrant. If McGeeney hits a 9-darter from here.
Oh, yeah. I've gone from the clown to Bruce Forsyth.
100.
Nice.
61.
I think I'm going insane.
Hashtag bring back Edgar. That's how bad things are going here.
97.
What a lovely dart there is from McGeeney. Totally forgotten about the missed doubles now. Just getting back on with his job.
140.
Good darts, Lipscombe.
But the ball very much in the court of Mark McGeeney, very much so after that first treble, plumb to the bottom of the bed. It gives him room for 2 more. Will it give him room for 1 more?
140.
The 140 leads him on a finish.
I actually thought that was in.
42.
Surely not 2 times on the bounce. Is Mark McGeeney going to throw a lead away like this? I would say to him, don't leave double 6 this time. What a dart that is. That was not a great angle, that first dart. For him, the way he throws, but that is absolutely immaculate. He might be leaving the double 6. It's Mark McGeeney
100.
in this top of the table clash.
24.
Has the opportunity to take real control of this group. And it's Mark McGeeney played for, won for.
Mark McGeeney.
Adam very magnanimous in defeat. Mark McGeeney, after his troubles of all this week, trots off the stage, one very, very happy man. He must have one eye on Saturday night already. Great performance there from McGeeney. Over 86 average. 4 from 15 on the checkouts. He'll be delighted with that win. And next up, we have the return of Mark Lawrence after that wonderful performance last time against Darryl Fitton. Back after the break.
4 more matches to bring you in the first of 2 sessions today. Lawrence, of course, with a standout performance of the day when he took on Vince Tipple, a 99 average in a game. He kicked off with a 1-2-7 and game to complete a 12-dart leg. He'll be looking to replicate that against Darryl Fitton, who was whitewashed by Mark McGeeney a little while ago, missing all 8 of his darts at a double. He'll join Lawrence on 4 points with a victory here, though. Henry, Glenn, back over to you to talk through this one.
Interesting one, this one, Henry. The guy in your picture there was absolutely sensational in his last game. Going into the 3rd leg, he was averaging over 130. Going into the last leg, he was averaging well over 100. Finished off just shy of 100. He was unbelievable, but the quality of the man in your picture there, Daryl Fitton. Very interesting game before the day. I would have said a big Fitton win. After that final win from Mark Lawrence, you've got to say the ascendancy is with him. Mark McGeeney will be looking for a Fitton win here because he's beginning to put daylight to the rest of them. It's beginning to take shape, this group already. I do like these 2-day event ones. I'm really looking forward to tonight. Terry Jenkins has obviously been a massive fan of Terry Jenkins, and me and Henry had the opportunity to spend time with him last night, and he's just absolutely hilarious. I think we'll see more from Neil Duff tonight. I don't know a great deal about some of the players. Richard Stride is new to me. I'm doing some work on him. Kevin Edwards from Essex. I found quite a bit of information on him. So looking forward to that.
58.
And of course, Paul Linwood will also enter the fray this evening.
Yeah, thanks to Nick Kenny, who's given me plenty of information on Paul. I've watched his YouTube video going 1988, I think, the World Masters, but some brilliant information off a few Gwent lads, which I can so looking forward to seeing Paul. So it'll be really interesting, but for me, the 2 guys that came out of Group A will be heavy favourites. And I'm predicting a 1-2 for Jenkins and Duff in that 5-man event, but who will be the 3rd one to go through? I'll have to make my thoughts before Abby asks me later.
Meanwhile, here today, Dowell has dazzled in Fitz and Sparks. We're just maybe waiting for it to all lay together a bit more consistently. Whereas Lawrence now just looks as if he's just found something. He's definitely settled on this stage now.
I just like his passion. I like his desire to Mark Lawrence. That's his biggest strength. Every dart is thrown with gusto. Every dart is thrown with something that means something to him.
77.
He's giving it his all.
196.
Just watch his face when he throws the dart. Every dart. Double 8. Double
80.
act.
Now you require 150.
Henry's best moment of the day, double act, for the double act of Fitton versus O'Shea. Will he stay there? He will for a 150 checkout. That's the way to do it, Daryl Fitton. Mark Lawrence claps his hands, taps his... Good sportsmanship between them there, but what a finish that is from Daryl Fitton. Wasn't in that leg for big periods. 150, that will feel good. Can he kick on?
Dazzling from the Dazzler. That was a Bobby Dazzler.
91.
The big checkout has all been about Mark Lawrence today. 120, 127, 122, 120. But it's Fitton with a big one in the opener.
Here we see the side-on view of the players' throws here. Dowell with one of the most recognisable throws in the game. And let's just analyse a little bit more of this throw of Mark Lawrence here, Glenn.
Yeah, very upright. I see quite a tall player.
140.
I wouldn't, if you're looking at the ideal throw, that's not one that you would look at. Lots of body movement from both players. Look at the way Daryl's just the upper echelon of his body, the top part of that body, but that throw has not changed. The key about the throw is replication. The key is throwing the dart exactly the same each time. I mean, look at John Henderson, the way he moves, but if you're looking at the perfect things there, for me, it's about the arm and the wrist doing the work.
140.
You know, the majority of it, keeping your body still. But both of these players do like to move across the hockey. But that hasn't changed an awful lot. Just look at them shoulders.
Such a relaxed throw, isn't it?
Everything, every movement of the body, Henry, is the
161.
same. And that's what I mean about the replication. If you can throw the dart the same each time. I had Abby assessing my throw this week, and she said not once
7.
did my
Darryl
pullback
Fitton,
be exactly the same.
106.
And that's the fear. When you're at your best, you're throwing the dart exactly the same each time. And that is a beautiful dart after his 150 and tops for a 106. And his second massive
86.
checkout is just under.
Mark, you require 154.
It's 154 for Lawrence. Can he do a champagne finish? It's not a bad start. Certainly isn't. And from the
Gage on the
154,
second leg.
finish from Mark Lawrence to add to his 120, his 127, his 122. He's the man of the century finishes, he is.
Delegates Mark to throw
Daryl Fitton
first.
looks, whatever you can
Game
do,
on.
I can do better.
It's an exhibition of finishing. Not even the Tate Modern has got such
82.
examples of brilliance like that. And that'll be a even bigger haymaker blow for Fitton, because he thought that he may have done the
100.
damage in leg 1. Lawrence has basically said, well, take that, we'll gazump it.
Yes, Daryl
45.
Daryl raised the stakes. Mark Lawrence went all in. Beautiful finishing from the guys. It has been the tail of the tape for Mark Lawrence today. His 100-plus finishes have been absolutely sensational.
140.
Both are settling nicely. We now begin to see some real quality darts. Headlined by Mark McGeeney so far. I think 4 of the 6 players are now beginning to shine.
100.
I think for O'Shea and Tipple in particular, it's been a really difficult day. And I think the signs that it's going to be 2 from 4 right now.
83.
For it to be 2 from 4, I think Daryl Fitton has to win this game. A Pompey party on
60.
Saturday night without Fitton or O'Shea would be a bit of a disappointment to me, Henry.
They'd be the show stoppers, wouldn't they?
Just
What?
for the walk-ons.
Oh. Bit of one step beyond.
58.
And a Haynes baby.
That sounded more like Ice Baby.
A good old... Oh, it did actually, didn't it? Yeah, it's Haynes, babe. Johnny Haynes.
98.
When I said that to him,
Now we require 120.
said that's not punk, Glenn.
Is this yet another ton topper? Not to be this time. So if we're going to keep that trend going, Lawrence has got to take out this 116, which would actually be a tiddler in comparison to the big finishes that we've seen so far in this match.
44. Mark, you require 116.
And this is just a whole throw. We'll stay at that treble bed, looking to find double 18. Not going to happen
40.
this time around. And so Fitton now
requires
76. Both players on the same mark. But it is Fitton with the darts in his hand. Should get a dart. Will get a dart at tops.
Game show.
And convert it he will.
Daryl
2 out of
Fitton.
3 on the finishing. Daryl Fitton, including that blockbuster 150 finish. 2-1-2 the good here against Mark
Daryl
Lawrence.
to throw first. Game
You
on.
show a bit of emotion there. Did I hear something?
Getting himself psyched up, getting himself pumped up.
Who's the loudest you've heard when they fit a winning
44.
double? I heard Aaron Monk from here, and I was like, wow, that was on me opening week of commentating.
60.
You certainly knew when he did the double. Neil Duff.
Duff lets out a yelp.
Yeah.
Nathan Gervin
Yeah.
gives it a bit of welly.
Sean Bennett on Twitter, Duzzer and Henry, how do you think Jim Williams and Gabriel Clemens will fare this season? And do you think Max Hopp will play in the MODUS Super Series anytime soon? I was surprised, Max Hopp, before you answer.
180!
Interrupting Mark Lawrence's Max. I was surprised Max Hopp didn't get through Q skill, but Gabriel Clemens and Jim Williams, any thoughts?
Max, yeah, I thought he'd come back and get
90.
one, like you say, but if he plays here, A, he's a dangerous contender as a player, but also that German market, which is just getting bigger
60.
and bigger and bigger. Just think about the eyes and the attention that would have to the Super Series. Imagine if you could have a week where you got like some Max Hopp and Makua Suzuki and Danny Lauby, those players from all those territories in the same room together at the same time. And it shows how global the game is and how big the audience numbers would as well be as a consequence of it.
77. Darryl require 161.
Yeah, you could do with some from the best place in the world, America, Australia, Japan, New Zealand and Middlesbrough. That would be fantastic.
That sounded like Del Boy's van. New York, Paris, Peckham.
Treble 18.
56.
Is Fitton taking control of this match?
96.
It would be very good for Adam and McGeeney, that's for sure. It would bunch up the middle part of this group. 76. Lots of options. He's gone for the traditional.
72.
Just leave double 12.
68.
68's not a gimme. But the strength of Lawrence's game today has been his finishing, but he might need the bull this time.
34.
I said the bull, Mark.
Now we require 24.
So for a 3-1 lead to take full control of the match, to put himself one away. Level 12 is what he needs. Gonna have to bring it inside considerably, but all three of them
require 34.
were a mile away.
They were poor at. He's all about timing. For such a big man, he's all about rhythm.
On the 4 flag.
He's Darryl Fitton,
Mark Lawrence.
Mark Lawrence will power his darting. You'd expect when you see Darryl throw a dart that he's going to put a hole in the dartboard.
121.
Been impressed with Lawrence today?
Yeah, I have to say
12 to 1.
Yeah, and I've got to give you credit here, Glenn, because you said at 12 to 1 those are really
59.
Fat chunky odds, and we said at the start of play the bookmakers didn't quite know how to price this up. They weren't quite sure, and I suppose to a TV audience, yes,
57.
Mark Lawrence's previous form at the UK Open, but that was a while ago. Vince Tipple, perhaps we haven't seen so much on the TV stages, so they didn't quite know how to price them up, and they just decided to split the 3 players who played in the week as equally as possible, with McGeeney going off as favourite just for the fact of
80.
his form recently, and if he was put out at that 10 to 3 mark, then a lot of money would be put on him as a consequence of that. But what we have seen from him today is he got over the line against O'Shea. That wasn't vintage, that wasn't classic. But then he upped the levels from there on in. And we're seeing here, I think, a potential player who could cause some serious damage and is well in the conversation for tomorrow night's play, Saturday night's play.
Yeah, scoring's been good. He's at the most maxes.
58.
He did 4 in the spin in one match where he was absolutely sensational. But I think this game would mean even more to him because he's having to fight to get there. He's fighting with every dart right now, Henry, that's for sure.
41.
What you see is what you get with this man.
What I like about Mark is there's a lot of debutants that come here and just try and enjoy the experience. But with Mark, he wants to prove why he is here, why he has been given an invitation, and why he deserves and belongs on this stage.
He leaves everything on the hockey, doesn't he?
142.
You just never know with this guy. Now it's just about setting it up with Darryl on 206.
60.
That's possibly enough. 82's a finish we all like. 2 trebles required from Fitton. He doesn't like that one under the bed. He doesn't like that one again.
56.
A little bit all over the place.
82.
We've seen this a few times today. And we see
Game's
it
on the
again.
fifth leg. Mark
The
Lawrence.
Bull double 16 has been quite fruitful for the players. It proves very fruitful indeed for Mark Lawrence.
Sixth leg is Daryl to throw first.
And so Fitton with the throw, and he's going to have to hold here to take us to a last leg. I don't know about you, but Daryl does have this
81.
first dart merchant feel about him, just because of the way the darts lie.
I was just about to say that, Henry. I was literally just going to say, in his pomp, it was all
80.
about the first dart for him. The difference between Darryl Fitton from the mid-2000s, the mid-noughties, is when the first went in, honestly, Henry, he was a massive, massive scorer. Massive.
$58.
Here's another thing for you. These days, 5 hours of playing. You know, these guys, the Fittons, O'Shea's, you know, in the old BDO circuit. I mean,
60.
that would be like a mini comp. You know, I used to go into Chelsea 8 in the morning. I think you were commentating on the last one we were doing. At 8 in the morning till... I remember playing 1:11 at night. And remember the England match play on a Sunday morning, 8 o'clock? I played Scott Waite, and to this day, I think he just walked in as we were going for the Bull. I mean, we'd literally been in bed about 4 or 5 hours, you know, because it was such long days, the England Open.
60.
Yeah, I commuted up and back from that particular event. And I'll tell you one thing, the roads themselves here that time of night ain't fun, are they?
I'll tell you something off air later.
60.
I love Chelsea. It's one of them places. Not in when you see go to Lakeside. When I used to see the word Frimley Green, I can imagine the snooker players when they saw the word Sheffield or they saw Crucible. There was just something.
140.
Despite all my success that I had in the PDC, which was beautiful, nothing ever matched the Lakeside for me. And that's the perfect dart for him once again.
100.
Mark Lawrence.
Mark, you've got
He'd
161.
be possibly thinking in his mind he's got 6 darts and 161. And the setup players being the big thing. How'd you use the Bull here?
59.
A lot of
Darryl,
these
144.
players are using that triple 19. That would have left a 2 dart to Henry.
$92. Mark, you require 102.
And another nice setup. Mark Lawrence, 102. A Bull or treble 14. I never understand that as well. 'Cause the size of the target of treble 14 compared to the size of the target of
Darryl,
Bull.
require 52.
When you're on a 2 darter and an opponent can very much finish on this. 2 darter tops.
Game
What
show
a
the
camera
sixth
angle
leg.
that is.
Darryl
You
Fitton.
can see the dart going in just like Daryl Fitton does. I think this game deserves 3-3.
Seventh and final leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
Crucial thing, Henry. The guy who's throwing first. We had one day this week where throwing first was... It won 13 of the 15 games, but he won like that 43 opener. Opportunity for Fitton.
The door is open. But can he crank it open? 2 darts that go just below the bed, but he manages to
96.
find a significant treble with the last there, does the Dazzler. And so it's now down to Lawrence to find a treble or 2 of his own. Needs one here. He's come up dry
46.
twice. And now Fitton has the door cranked right open for him. Can he walk through it?
Here's a stat for you. Fitton wins this one. He has Vince Tipple last game. 6 points after day 1.
125.
I think you'd have took that this morning. Being so fresh here, getting used to the surroundings. So this all of a sudden is a bigger leg for me. For Daryl Fitton.
140.
Not that Lawrence cares.
Nor should he care. It's up in the offing. But if he can find another one here, he wrestles it in his
134.
grasp, but he needs to go and grab that quickly because that was dangling like a loose tooth.
97. Darryl require 146.
And 6 darts at this. You don't have to be a hero, you can be. Treble 18. The double 16, a match of big finishes.
114.
That's the setup this time for Fitton.
65. Darryl require 32.
In what has been a very enjoyable tussle. Great match play. It's Daryl Fitton that takes the 4-3 win over Mark Lawrence in a game that pretty much had everything. 154 finish, 150 finish, excitement throughout, 2 guys slugging it out against each other. Averages both in the 80s, 1 maximum from Mark Lawrence again to go to his 4 previously. Excellent on the outer ring for both. It was those 200 plus checkouts that was the outstanding part of that game. They're all now played 4 games. The table is taking shape. And next up, for the 4th time this week, it's McGeeney versus Tony O'Shea.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Daryl Fitton has just come through in a last leg decider to get his 2nd victory of the day. We can have a little look at what that does to the league table with 1 more round of fixtures still to bring you there. You can see it is Mark McGeeney who's currently sat top. He has the opportunity to make it a perfect day if he's to get the better of Tony O'Shea in our next match. And it's, of course, Adam Lipscomb just behind him with 2 players on 4 points. Tony Tony O'Shea currently with the 1 victory to his name, and Vince Tipple yet to get off the mark. As you can see, it's Mark McGeeney who has a far superior leg difference as well, which could be important with such a congested Group C table. As I mentioned, up next it's Mark McGeeney taking on Tony O'Shea for the 4th time this week. The head-to-head is 2-1 in McGeeney's favour, although O'Shea did win 4-0 yesterday. He put a bit of a marker down, didn't he, in his second match, this 160 to come through in a decider. It was also our first 90-plus average of the day. As for O'Shea, well, he picked up his first win in his last match, but his highest checkout coming in a narrow defeat, of course, to Adam Lipscombe, a game that he was 3-1 up in, but he ended up surrendering that advantage. Who's going to get the points in this one then? Can Mark McGeeney make it 5 from 5 on the opening day of action here in Group C? Let's hand back to Glenn and Henry to find out.
Thank you so much, Abby. Yes, the 4th time they've played each other. McGeeney a bounce in his stride right now. For O'Shea, how important will that struggle of a win against Vince Tipple be?
Game on.
I think he was having problems with his hands. He was just beginning to show signs of distress in his last game. McGeeney, eye of the tiger. That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a different player to what I saw the first few darts on Monday morning. What the MODUS Super Series does is just throw up surprise after surprise. Top versus bottom usually means one thing. In this time, Tony O'Shea can go back to his hotel on 4 points and think, from the situation of being 3-0 down to scraping a win against Vince Tipple, he can then come back tomorrow with some hope. For McGeeney, the thought of 5 from 5 from the type of fortnight he's had, he'd be absolutely delighted. So sit back, enjoy against the two good friends.
$60.
For O'Shea, is it kind of a case of now just trying to empty the tank and just try and end here with something positive to take into the last day?
I apologise if I'm repeating myself, but I just think sometimes when you see that winning line, when you see that finishing line, sorry, not winning line, you do sort of get your second wind. And that's maybe how Tony's thinking. This is my last game of the day. It looks fit and healthy to me. I just thought against in the Tipple game, he was showing sign of distress. He was averaging the 60s at one point and just wasn't enjoying the whole experience of it. But sometimes when you go back, he's probably had a rest, had a chat with his good friend Daryl, you know, and Mark McGeeney. They're all good friends in there. It's a wonderful camaraderie next door. It's the best I've seen since I've been here. But everyone's very businesslike. He'll hate that little one. And what concerns me is some of the angles these darts are going in.
Require 106.
And I think you can see he's scrunched up. He's angry himself. For McGeeney, this 106 would hurt. He might stay there, treble 18. Just when you begin to think McGeeney's taken full control of this whole group. Tony O'Shea's hit 90 a couple of times this week with a treble 20, double 15. He might have to incorporate the bull. And that's all it is.
55. Mark, you require 40.
Matt McGeeney would be surprised he's got a shot after 18 darts.
Game shown the first.
20 darter.
Mark McGeeney.
Mark McGeeney's just snapping up what he can right now. And like I said, he won't really care too much. I think he's done his damage already today. And this is just, he's on a bit of a free roll right now. But to walk away from Group C with 5 wins out of 5, that augurs well then of qualifying for Saturday night, and then all of a sudden it's job done.
And this is the point of the week where Scott Walters should turn the volume on his remote down, because
100.
Walters won 5 out of 5. He went up to the balcony, he had a chat with Chris Murphy, who told him he probably didn't need to turn up tomorrow and go through. Well, he then subsequently lost all 5 and then got eliminated. So a perfect first day doesn't exactly mean progression for McGeeney, but it puts him in an incredibly good position. You can turn the volume back up again now, Scott.
100.
Sorry about that.
Yes, Henry's knowledge, experience sat here. It's great to hear every scenario, because for me,
32.
I'd have the tendency to say he's pretty much qualified now, and then look a right idiot when it all goes wrong tomorrow. So I'll leave all the number crunching and the stats to my partner in crime.
I'm not saying I've been here a while, but this chair is actually set now in the groove that I like to sit in.
I know, I sat there with commentating with Matt Edgar. It was bizarre. I've only sat here so far.
100.
It's weird how us commentators pick a side and we just stay there.
I'm gonna. Which side does Corrin like? I'm gonna pick the opposite.
You're going to be sitting in my seat then.
Right, I'm gonna do it.
134.
Lovely stuff, McGeeney. That nod of disappreciation from Tony O'Shea. We've used this analysis all week. That they're here for the seniors. This is about getting practice for the seniors. It's tops for McGeeney, who, if he goes to the qualifiers,
87.
what is he going to bring to the seniors? The kind of impact that the news of Scott Mitchell coming. Both match sharp. Both could do a lot of damage.
7. Mark required 20.
Double 10 for McGeeney. 5s. Inside. And he should really bust here. That's exactly what he does, because O'Shea is all the way back on 210. Leg that O'Shea had the darts in as well. Really isn't happening for the Silverback.
7. Mark required 20.
Double 10. He's going to get more time. Double 5. And again, he's going to get the chance to bust.
No score.
McGeeney won't be enjoying the fact that Tony is really struggling. It's doing absolutely nothing for his game. Hence the reason he bangs his dart to his head. What you want is a real... I mean, it's nice to have a lovely 4-0 victory.
Mark required 20.
Especially when you're up against a good mate who you know. There's the grit of the teeth this time. Just got to think of yourself. Go big on this double 5 mark.
17.
Oh dear.
Tony record 145.
With scores of 7 and 7. I don't think Tony expected a chance at this, but
60.
This 3 is horrible.
Require 3.
Well, I'm intrigued that he's gone single 10, then single 5, and then he's not decided to do the same thing again. But I suppose if it,
no score.
The dictionary definition of insanity is doing the same things 100 times and expecting the same outcome, well, this leg is becoming a little bit insane. O'Shea 85. Well, this wouldn't even be a steal. This should just be an armed bank robbery if O'Shea takes this. Goodness me, this is like the Hatton Garden heist of a leg.
Very good.
So leg it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
The armed police would be charging through the door. That was such a robbery.
$85.
Good last start from McGeeney. I tell you what, Henry, if he goes away with 4 wins out of 5, he'll feel disappointed just looking back at that one solitary leg. I don't count up how many missed darts there was at a double there, but, well, I'll tell you, it was 9.
And inside, he must be absolutely seething as to what happened in that previous leg.
Raging.
$60.
I think I heard Tony say, ow. I think he's hurting. He might use this week and then just put his darts away for a week or so, because you've got to listen to your body.
134.
I would practice when I didn't want to practice, and then I realised in time that just listen to yourself, because if you feel good and think, oh, do you know what, fancy a game of darts today.
45.
Rather than the need, where you're just looking at the clock thinking, have I done me 2 hours yet? That's the perfect dart for McGeeney. 62, so treble 10 or treble 18.
150.
An absolute from nowhere. He's got a dart for a 13 darter. And And that's the frustration. There is frustration.
180.
There's the right smile.
Mark, you require 32.
Where have they been for 4 days? Could it be another robbery?
Game shot on the
Absolutely
third
not.
leg. Mark McGeeney.
Mark McGeeney puts his burglar alarm on this time and smacks in that double 16. A lovely 14
Tony
darter.
to throw first. Game on.
Have you heard the story about the bank robbery in Portsmouth last week?
No.
You're in for a treat here, Glenn. So, 3 18-year-olds tried to rob a bank, plainclothed, and they ordered a taxi to and from.
Oh, no way.
And the best bit is the taxi driver's lost his cab because it's being used as police evidence.
100.
That is absolutely fantastic. It's a bit like that Only Fools episode, isn't it? The Longest Night. Oh, you're getting away.
95.
Was it the Shadow? Ah, you went getaway car. That's something.
45.
Put him in the back seat. He's the driver.
$96. $100. Mark, you require 170.
The Big Fish. Who was it that called it the Big Fish? Was it Rod Studd?
$134.
Kind of set up McGeeney's sort of being so proficient at today. And it's not the day for O'Shea.
81. Mark, you require 36.
And can McGeeney make hay against the struggles of O'Shea?
$28.
I was about to
Tony
say
requires 75.
It's a level up at 2 apiece. Oh my.
19. Mark, you require 8.
the most common double surely hit this week. Simply by one play, Johnny Haynes.
on the fourth leg. Mark McGeeney.
There's no enjoyment for Mark McGeeney here. Deep down, I tell you, he just wants to get off.
Fifth leg, it's
5
Mark
out of
to
5.
throw first.
Back to the hotel. Rest up again. Come back tomorrow. Do what he needs to do. And then peak for the final. Because there's just something different when people arrive here on Saturday night. It's the moment when I first see the first start on Monday morning. And just to see out that winning double. The first start this week was by
95.
First start of the week was by the legend.
Winner.
That was Terry Jenkins.
the winner, I think, on Saturday night still.
Beat Tony O'Shea 4-1.
I wonder how many times the first person saw the first and last start.
100.
Sure, you'll know that. Don't even think about getting me the answer.
Probably somewhere scribbled away in this
39.
notepad.
Hieroglyphics, I thought it was. Shorthand at its best. That's the darts to McGeeney. 180s eluded him and he missed so many this week. After a day and a half, 2 days and a half, he was on one maximum. Now he's absolutely flying them in.
And look at this from O'Shea. It was almost one of his own.
155.
Oh, this would be some way to win it. Would have been some way to have got the job done, but he's going to have the luxury of time.
120.
But perfectly set up.
$96. Mark
McGeeney
32.
for a 5-star performance. 88.
Game shot.
5-star, 5 wins.
Mark McGeeney.
Thursday belongs to Mark McGeeney. He came in this morning with a real eye of the tiger. But Tony O'Shea trudges off. He has his own problems, but I think he's absolutely delighted to get up the stage right now. But it's Mark McGeeney who puts 1 foot into Saturday night. 82.48 average. Nothing really to write home about the fact that it's all about getting over the winning line. Mark McGeeney's done what he needed to do. And we've gone to the final game for both Darryl Fitton and Vince Tipple, who are both up next. Back after the break.
Well, Thursday at the Super Series certainly belongs to Mark McGeeney, doesn't it? He's just made it 5 wins from 5 with another impressive victory over Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 1 in that one. He's certainly very well placed going into the second day of Group C action. A much contrasted performance to the ones he delivered on Monday and Tuesday. There you can see he's on 10 points with 5 games played. McGeeney looked dejected. He looked wounded after Group A's action, but today he has been a completely different beast and sits top of the table, regardless of what the other 4 players do in the remaining games. But now for our penultimate game of this session, and it shows Darryl Fitton up against Vince Tipple. Of course, Fitton coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of Mark Lawrence a little while ago, kick-starting the match with this superb 150 checkout. As a result, he has the opportunity to end the day on 6 points if he can get the better of Tipple and prevent him from getting off the mark going into day 2. So who's going to pick up the points in our penultimate game of this session? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you so much, Abby. Very interesting in a sense that if Darryl Fitton wins this game, Mark Lawrence wins the next game, then McGeeney's well ahead. But then we'd have 4 players. Now we'd have 3 players on 6 points, which would be all to play for tomorrow. So I don't often get predictions right, so don't go against that. But a Fitton and Lawrence win, and that makes it all to play for tomorrow. Tungsten teaser.
Yes, tungsten
So,
teaser time.
Tony O'Shea went for Matt Clark as his debut.
Which is an incorrect answer. So, the correct answer to the tungsten teaser. Who did Tony O'Shea play in his first World Championship match?
Okay,
Colin
first leg,
Monk.
it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
We love the tungsten teaser, don't we?
Well done to James Hurrell. He messaged me. He got it right. I'd love to commentate when he's here, James Hurrell, one of my best friends on the circuit.
85.
Jim Williams. I didn't dare say it, because Jim Williams with Terry Jenkins last night. Jamie Hughes. Wonderful guys.
140.
Good start from Tipple.
Now, we know we had that segment the other day where we were talking about famous darts people watching the MODUS Super Series. Well, we've had a tweet come in from Wayne Mardle,
43.
the most famous commentator in world darts at the minute. I can't speak. He's given us a tweet. He's tweeted this. I feel that the need to praise the MODUS Super Series. They're often an income stream for so many food darts that never existed pre-2020. Whether that be playing, production, officiating, et al. The more that earned through the sport, the better. Kudos. I have to say that I totally concurrently, sincerely agree with that.
140.
I mean, well, it's given people, well, people like Owen, people like Charlie, not to talk about myself too much, but myself, the opportunities in the game.
And then there's the pathway for the players, most importantly. And where Mardle was playing in the days of
95.
local league, Super League, county. And that was the one option to get to Lakeside. Now there's so many avenues that's been opened, so many pathways for players. And to hear people talking in relation to, they're not going to go to Q school because of
85.
opportunities in the amateur side of the game. Because let me make it very clear, them tour card holders are professional players. And there's a distinct difference between that. But great to hear from Wayne.
134. Now we record 148.
It's just iconic now, isn't it? That leg of darts. I was even watching. Does it look like two brothers with a tash? Have you seen that one yet, where they're doing impressions?
43. Did you
unbelievable.
require 32?
Well, this is for a 13-dart opening leg. This is much improved from Vince Tipple,
Game shot.
who may be finding a ripple
Vince
towards the
Tipple.
end of the day.
Oh, a ripple.
Second leg is Vince to throw first. Game on.
Tipple was on the triple.
$140.
Where on earth has this been? Where have you been?
We mentioned it earlier. This final game just gives you the opportunity now just to empty the tank. Just to basically, you know you're not going to play again. Just have that second win. You don't have to. In this format, there's times where you've got to preserve your energy. Now you don't have to. Just let it all out. Get back to the hotel room and then go again tomorrow.
59.
Yeah, you praise many people there, the opportunities that the MODUS Super Series has given. And don't forget our wonderful presenter, Abigail. We were out with her last night and she said about the players that they've got to give everything, and it's really important to empty your tank. You don't leave anything that's not on that stage. It'd be so frustrating if you walk away thinking, I could have done a little bit more.
92.
And when you see someone like Mark Lawrence, Henry, you know, it's just, you can see he's given absolutely everything up there. And he can walk away despite whatever happens today.
42.
And of course, the opportunity is to play on a stream, to play on TV. It's a great opportunity for these players.
138.
Well, this is for a 2-0 lead, averaging 111 here, Vince Tipple. This
72.
is exactly why the MODUS Super Series works, because players like Tipple gets an opportunity like this to show darts like this on the big stage in front of the cameras, and this really is impressive. That's a 15-darter, is 107 average. He leads the Dazzler by 2 legs to 0.
So look, it's Daryl to throw first.
How will he be feeling if he comes off with 100 average here? Does he see the positive that he finished the day on such a high? Or does he see the factors where, I mean, I think he's saying to himself, where have you been?
44.
I mean, let's have a little look at these averages. 107.36 for Vince. I know it's only game leg 2. That's potentially halfway through the match. And he's Still smashing this treble 20 bed. This is the Vince Tipple that beat me at
140.
Q-School. 110.52.
Going back to that point, I suppose it's dependent on the mentality of glass half full or glass half empty. For those who are glass half full, they say, well, look, these are positive signs going into tomorrow. But if you're looking at maybe from a negative aspect, you're going to have a natural feeling, of course, of, well, why didn't it happen earlier? But it's whether you let that dwell, whether you let that ponder, whether you let that really, really play on your mind.
And he might want another opportunity of the MODUS Super Series, so he wants to show people what you can do.
140.
But to admire people for that. He hasn't given up. He hasn't threw his toys out the pram. He's just putting on a very professional performance. But what he can't do now is ruin that. And then last 6 starts of 28 and 40, all the good work he's been doing, just gives the chance now to Darryl Fitton for his own max.
140.
How do you assess Darryl Fitton today, Henry?
Moments, and I think the fact that whatever happens, he's going to have a 3-2 day, whether it's a win or whether it's a loss, is probably conducive to the fact that we've seen really good stuff at times from the Dazzler, but there's also been times where we were expecting another level. But this is why he's here, just to get everything together and to pull everything together. This 117 will be a real highlight moment. Put it on the show wheel.
Third leg. Daryl Fitton.
Add the 117 to the 150 that he's already accrued today. We have seen sparks of brilliance by the Dazzler. It's more dazzling darts on Daryl Fitton.
That's the best we've seen from Tipple. I think if I ever had a dart in name, I'm going to change it to Vince Tipple.
139.
Much better from the big man.
I haven't seen a missed start at double yet in this match either. So not just a scoring department where things are looking really good for the players, but also when they're getting towards the end of the leg, they're not squandering opportunities.
$60.
Part of me selfishly actually wants Darryl to win this game. Like I said, to set up a real barnstormer tomorrow. But on another point of view, you don't want Vince going home, especially after the way he's played in this game. You don't want him going back to the hotel tonight, you know, on 0 points. I don't think he deserves that.
Tweet of the day goes to Ian East. Thank you for getting in touch with us at MSS Darts. He's gone, it's annoying me that Tipple's nickname isn't the dartist formerly known as Vince.
58.
That's good.
I like that. That's getting a like on Twitter.
Better from Fitton.
140.
He'll go downstairs. He'll stay there.
43.
Should have stayed there. That would have left a nice 87 finish. For me, it looked a good marker.
Yeah.
That leaves 78. We said don't miss the big 18 at least.
45.
So that's setting up. It's a big outside chance here for Vince Tipple. He's going to need 2 trebles. He's not going to do it. So Fitton from nowhere. That's who wax lyrical about Vince Tipple, averaging over 110.
Now 40.
Fitton has 3 darts here for Desmond.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And the Dazzler does make it,
Daryl
Desmond. 2-2 between Fitton and Tipple. 17 darter there for Fitton.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Reminder, one more game following the conclusion of this. When Adam Lipscombe takes on Mark Lawrence. And then we will be returning from 10 p.m. this evening for the beginning of Group B, where we're going to see Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins return. They played on the first 3 days' worth of action, did the reigning WDF World Champion and the 9-time PDC Major runner-up. And they're going to be joined by Kevin Edwards, Paul Inford and Richard Stride. So join us from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Reminder that I'll be giving my thoughts and predictions on Sporty Stuff TV during the Greyhound racing coverage. That's tonight from 8:25.
And if you want to see something really interesting, I'll be giving my predictions tomorrow night. So make sure you back the opposite. But always remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
$120.
Next time Vince comes to the hockey, just look at where his fingers are, because it's as if he almost grips the dart more with the stem than he does the barrel. Just have a little watch next time he comes up to the hockey. Just something I've managed to spot here.
Even the very best, Nathan Aspinall holds the stem. Might need the side view for that. What a dart that is.
100.
Once again, a bit of board management there, Vince. I think I'd have used the bullseye in the last dart. It's just underneath.
20, yeah.
Just double checking because it was close to that treble 20 bed with them black tungsten darts. So sometimes it can be a little bit hard to tell when after a black dart. Couple of options here. The safe option is that to leave treble 17. 84, so back to treble 20 or treble 16 is always a good shout when you're covering the treble 20. So
110.
I don't think Vince board management could be a little bit better. These are the types of finishes that's been evident today. Not on this occasion.
78. Vince requires 64.
This is for a breaker throw. This 64 with Fitton sat on a double now. Well, that is an incriminating dart to not leave yourself on a double after 3 and then possibly need another one to get to a double. And so Fitton here, 32. And we saw this earlier where 3 darts were smack bang on the wire.
16.
And it goes the other side, it goes inside.
35.
And Tipple here should have had a dart at the previous visit. He's only going to get 2, and that's assuming he gets a single, which he had a trouble with in the previous visit.
Just because he's not used to getting over this finisher line, he's all over the place with double 13. Marker.
9.
Not good enough.
Daryl requires 16.
A case of how did we get here for Vince Tipple. He was favourite to win this leg a couple of visits ago, and now Fitton stares down double 8 to take the lead.
Wowza.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Double 4 comes
Daryl
to
Fitton.
the health of Daryl Fitton. There he owes an apologetic hand. Because Daryl, I think he fully realises he was second best for an awful lot of that leg. My assessment of that is quite simple, Henry. Vince Tipple needs to learn how to win matches again. He said he's practiced a lot during COVID. He hasn't done an awful lot. He's practicing now, but sometimes you just have to learn how to win. Again, get over that finishing line. He may be playing local league, and I might be talking rubbish there. But when you're on a losing streak of 4-0, just getting over that winning line can be really, really difficult.
134.
And that's the way I assess that, because he was being absolutely magnificent in this game, averaging over 110 at one point at the halfway stage of the game. Yes, he holds that stem. Yeah, he does hold it very high.
42.
It's probably more common than you think. And like I say, the best one of all is Nathan Aspinall.
Just had a WhatsApp from our friend and colleague, Chris Murphy. Afternoon, Murph. He said Steve Beaton holds the stem.
56.
Doesn't touch the barrel at all. And we always rant and rave about actions, and Steve Beaton's one that we perhaps envy more than anyone else. A Rolls voice of a throw.
Yes, probably for me the best throw. I mean, Taylor at his best was absolutely beautiful. That looks like two trebles have just squeezed in there for Fitton.
39.
But the Beaton throw is just, the Rolls Royce.
Should he have gone?
All I'm saying is that he's on 3-1-5 here, and right now he's
40.
I know what you're going to say, but would he have gone for the 170 even if he had the opportunity here? He's probably just played the percentages, but that is not what you want at that stage. Honestly, a big 20 at that stage, Henry, is totally acceptable.
35.
That isn't. That gives Vince a chance.
And so Fitton back for 1-3-7 here.
43. Darryl require 137.
For the match. For the win. To put him on to 6 points. Not this time, but he is going to come back. Tipple
86.
back on 2-3-2, leaving himself 51 after 15 here, the Dazzler.
Here's a scenario here. He should really use the bull. No, he doesn't need to now. He needs a treble.
54. Darryl require 51.
I think Vince is going to be very disappointed the way today's gone. But for Fitton to go on 6 points, he'd be happy with that. And real opportunities tomorrow.
Game
and it's Daryl Fitton. It wasn't the prettiest of times.
Fitton.
The 117 being the highlight for Fitton. But what he needs to just remind himself is 6 points. He'd have took that this morning. Lots to play for tomorrow. Maybe McGeeney running away with it is a big help for Daryl Fitton. And he'll be fighting hard with Adam Lipscomb and Mark Lawrence tomorrow, you would anticipate. There's the 117 there, 4 from 11. But it's Daryl Fitton that comes out on top. And we go into the final game of the day. And it's still all to play for Adam Lipscomb and Mark Lawrence back after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darryl Fitton has just rounded off his first day of Group C action with a victory, a 4-2 win in that one over Tipple. That means he ends the day on 6 points. We can have a little look at the league standings with one more match to bring you this afternoon. It's Lipscomb against Lawrence still to come. As you can see, Lipscomb can close the gap and keep the pressure on McGeeney at the top of the table. As for Vince Tipple, we certainly played significantly better and give a better account of himself in that last match, especially in the first 4 legs. But as he started to fade, then there was just no way that Fitton was going to surrender that advantage. So our final match of this afternoon's session, as I mentioned, it's Lipscomb up against Lawrence. Can Adam Lipscomb, as I mentioned, close that gap and keep the pressure on McGeeney at the top of the table by making it 4 wins from 5? Lawrence, he put in a 99 average against Tipple, didn't he? He's taken out some huge finishes today, none bigger than that 1-5-4 a little bit earlier on. We saw some fantastic combination finishes in that match. Will we see more in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to see how our final game in Group C unfolds.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, you do feel right now for Adam Lipscomb. This is his moment. He's not someone that is the headline act. Sort of spoke all week about many of the legends that have been here, a lot of the seniors that are preparing, and he's quietly but effectively and efficiently just been getting on with his job. Well, right now, he sort of is the headline act, because if he wins this game, he goes into a clear 2nd place. For the neutrals, and for people like me sitting thinking they want to be really nasty tomorrow, 3 players on 6 points in 2nd place would make it very, very interesting. So, looking forward to this one.
Okay,
final game.
Adam to throw first.
Final game of the day, and all to play for. Henry, thoughts?
Well, if you base it off the last couple of games, you'd put Mark Lawrence's favourite. But having a look at the bookies for this one, Adam Lipscomb goes off 4-7. Mark Lawrence 5-4. I think the 5-4 of Lawrence represents some good value there, just based off his last couple of performances. Now, Lawrence has been the player who has probably given the bookmakers the biggest headache today.
59.
Just having a look at tonight. Of course, Group B getting underway. The markets are open for that. Remember, 18+B, gambleaware.org, and you can get odds on Group B as well, where Neil Duff enters 11-8 favourite, and perhaps unsurprisingly, Terry Jenkins also quite high up in the betting. He's 6-4 to go on and win the group. Jenkins will open up the show tonight against Paul Inwood before Neil Duff takes on Kevin Edwards. So that is all to look forward to tonight from 10 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But our eyes, our focus, our full attention is on this final battle of the day between Lipscomb and Lawrence, where the latter has found himself on a finish after 9.
Fantastically put. Looking forward to tonight already, but Mark Lawrence is having one of them games again.
100.
Sets himself up nicely after 12. 109. What a dart there is for 52 left. Once again, he has to check with a ref for tops.
69. Mark requires 60.
For Mark Lawrence, it's all about this first dart. How's it sitting? Absolutely perfect. The double 10. These are the moments.
Game shot on the
He's
first.
up to the challenge, is the Yorkshireman.
Mark Lawrence.
That's a big dart. It's been a bit of a feast or famine at times for Mark Lawrence. We've seen the absolute brilliance from him.
Second at times,
sometimes a few struggles.
Game on.
We'll be feeling good. 15 darts equates to 100 average. That's exactly what he does. And we talked about emptying the tank.
57.
This guy will be on empty as he goes, because he puts everything into every single dart.
And that's what we like to see.
60.
Players giving it everything out on the big stage.
$140.
Lipscomb has bookended the day here. Now, because of the way that the groups work
60.
here at the MODUS Super Series, the last game today will be the first game tomorrow, so these fixtures will reverse. And so the first match on tomorrow will be these two back on the hockey, but it will be Lawrence who will have the advantage of the darts. And first to a finish again in this leg, just double confirming on that scoreboard there for you.
These are the two quickest players for me. times today it can be a little lethargic, proper match play. These two are really getting on with it.
34.
So, oh, it's 130. Lipscomb back on 340.
$58. Mark, you require 130.
So with Adam on 282, there's no need for treble 18 or the bull.
94.
Absolutely perfectly set up. And after 15 darts, single dart, double. For Adam, only another treble. He's given himself an outside chance.
Mark, you require 36.
For Lawrence, he stares out that double 18.
Game shown the
pings
second
it with a
leg.
plum.
Mark Lawrence.
Mark Lawrence, at times, has looked absolutely brilliant today. And a 12 to 1
Feel like it's Adam
to
throw
win the group.
first.
We
Game
thought
on.
it was fairly generous odds. He puts himself right in the mix if he can get through this game, and how exciting tomorrow will be. With McGeeney well ahead, Vince Tipple on 0 points. It really crunches up them 3 out of the 4 players at least, and you would think one of them, if they can go on some sort of run in the morning,
85.
will be odds on to qualify for Saturday night. Just be all beginning to take shape right now.
And already this is a great result for Mark McGeeney. Couple of wins tomorrow, he's in. There's no doubt about that for me. As Lipscomb piles in a first max of the match.
McGeeney's first game tomorrow, Tony O'Shea.
83.
Might seem a good thing, but also Tony's someone who's sort of petered out as the day has gone on, as his body's beginning to
132.
struggle. Anyway, let's not look ahead. Got a great game ahead of you. All the threes for Mr. Lawrence.
48. Adam, you record 154.
Talk about all the threes. Didn't I see Paul Starr doing some bingo calling last night?
Did you see that jazzy blue jacket?
98.
I thought it was the new tungsten time top.
Tell you what, Owen Binks tried it out. Actually, it didn't look too bad on him.
45.
That's enough of that.
Adam, you require 56.
This and that. Great marker.
21.
Now Mark Lawrence is just thinking there, why am I so far behind? He clatters them darting, doesn't he?
35.
By and large, they're grouped together. Lipscomb just wants one in the bed.
3.
He can't find it.
If you're just wondering what he's doing there with his hand, he just probably feels like he was slicing them darts out of his hands. But a 140 here is going to make him think.
140. Adam, you require 32.
No more flinging them out your hands. This has got to go in.
16. Mark, you require 40.
Mark Lawrence. Here's your birthday present. Christmas present. All rolled into one.
Shown the third
He was
leg.
nowhere to be seen in that leg.
Lawrence.
And Adam Lipscomb just thinking, how did that go so badly wrong?
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Well, Glenn, it's that time
Game
of the
on.
day where you depart to join Abigail Davis up on the balcony. We shall see you later on this evening.
28.
So, unfortunately for you, you are stuck with me for the rest of the game. Lawrence in a 3-0 lead. As you closer towards the finishing line, and a victory which would really set up a almighty battle for second place in this group. Remember, 2 from 6 go through from Group C, whereas tonight's Group B sees 5 players involved, and it will be 3 players from there which will progress their way through to Saturday night's final, where they will be joined by Johnny Haynes, the man who won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. And a reminder, you can be a part of the crowd on Saturday night by
100.
visiting dartshop.tv. That's the place to go for your tickets there. And tickets available up until the end of this particular series.
60.
So why don't you tick it off your darting bucket list? And Lawrence is making a run to the finishing line.
$140.
56 for the match. The average ticks just under 93. And so one dart at top,
16.
just above. And so Lipscomb 128. The Hail Mary. Not to be. And so
33.
Mark Lawrence now tops for a 4-0 success to round the day off. Tens.
Game shot out
and Mark Lawrence puts in a good performance to finish off. He really did get better as the day went on, then he gets the better of Adam Lipscomb in our final tungsten battle of the day by 4 legs to 0 with an 88.41 average. It was all the sevens for Adam Lipscomb, but he couldn't come up with any pot luck in the end. He had 8 darts at a double, couldn't convert them, while so Mark Lawrence 50% on the outer ring was the reason why he was the victor in the end, moves him on to 6 points. But the day really has been about Mark McGeeney. He was 5-star, he was perfect, he's got 10 points to his name, and he is edging ever closer to finals night tomorrow evening. But to round up everything that we have seen from this morning session, let's hand over to the balcony and hear the thoughts of the 3-time Lakeside champion Glenn Durrant, who's alongside Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Glenn, today has certainly belonged to Mark McGeeney. What aspects of his game or his mindset have you been most pleased with today?
Don't forget, he came here on Monday a very, very disappointed man. I mean, there was part of me thinking, is he going to turn up this week? When you get so close to your dream of returning to the Pro Tour circuit and then think, I've got a week of darts, he looked tired. I don't think he rested well at times during the week. I just saw something yesterday click in his throw, and today I think that 0-0 start for everybody really lifted him, and I'm absolutely delighted.
Yeah, we can have a little look at the league table. Adam Lipscomb, of course, losing that last game 4-0. That does leave him 3rd in the table, joint on points with Fitton and Lawrence. But Lipscomb, even earlier on in the day, slightly fortunate to come out with the points because his performance levels haven't really been there today.
Yeah, I mean, four out of the 6 players are going to go back to the hotel now, fairly happy. With Adam, I think there'll be slight disappointment. He got away with murder early doors and won games that, you know, he probably be surprised he won, and he had real opportunities in final 2 games of the day to really cement 2nd place and give Mark McGeeney something to think about. And yeah, it just didn't go his way. But Mark Lawrence will be happy, and Darryl Fitton's in the mix as well. Too much for me for Tony O'Shea and Vince Tipple now. Yeah,
for Tony O'Shea, it's looked like he's been in some considerable pain at times today because he's been moving his shoulders, he's been moving his arms at the back of the oche. Would you say that that's probably the reason we're seeing these below-par performances from him?
Oh, 100%. Like I said, he's not a complainer, he's not a moaner, he doesn't go on about things. He won't let you know that that's the problem because that's the gentleman that Tony O'Shea is. But I'm surprised because a Saturday night with a Tony O'Shea in it just makes it, for me, just a little bit of a better night. But you know, he was here for a reason. He's got plenty of match games underway. He's got bigger things, you know, bigger fish to fry with the World Seniors, and I wish him all the best for that. But just come out tomorrow and finish on a high, Tony.
Yeah, most definitely. We do, of course, still have one more session to bring you this evening from 10 p.m. Let's have a little look at the players who are going to be in action this evening because, of course, we've got Neil Duff returning, Terry Jenkins as well. A word on Jenkins because he played in that shootout between him and Johnny Haynes. The winner would go through to finals night. There you can see confirmation of the Group A winner. It was Haynes who came through in that match. Jenkins missed opportunities at double. How do you think he resets to go again for 2 more days of action?
Oh, Terry's been there and done it, and you know he's a fairly fit man. You know he loves his dad. He works hard still, and I was trying to say to him last night that maybe the extra 2 days practice is, you know, that's what you're here for. He's going to be such a danger at the seniors, so why not get your darts in now and just have another 2 days of practice? I think he wins that group.
And do you think we see Dick Stride, get into his stride tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he's someone I've had to do a bit of work on because I don't know Richard as much as the others. Paul Linwood, I've got plenty of information from, you know, his darting Gwent, and Kevin Edwards from Essex again. So fairly new to me. So Terry Jenkins, Neil Duff for me to get through that group, and then it's 1 from 3.
Yeah, excellent stuff indeed. A very exciting evening of action to come here at the MODUS Super Series. We hope to see you from 10 p.m. where we do this all over again. Why wouldn't you come and join us?